Peace, 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 peace and blessings, man. Make sure y'all share the like button. Make sure y'all share this all around your social media outlets. We're gonna get straight to it. Hey, I want to start this up to get the energies right, man. Y'all know I got the upcoming face off tomorrow with the OHF guy. So let's get it, man. Let's get the energy up.
Yeah, okay. Y'all know who it is. Who is it? Let's go. The motherfucking Eastside boy. Yeah. I got my nigga Zay Kids with me too.
Live shit.
We gonna do this for all the real motherfucking niggas. Holla at them niggas, Jay. Come on.
Kiss name known. Matter of fact, kiss name blown. And bitches always wanna hit me like I just came home. But I still put the tools in your mouth. And niggas know that I'm a monster on the east, but I'm huge in the south. Cause it's evil in the trenches. And everybody's starving. So to get the money right, we put the diesel on the benches. Down bottom feel like the old days. Fucking with the corn liquor, riding round, listen to OJs. When you load in the clip, every slug got a catch. When you go in the war, every thug got his match. SS baby, blue Impala with the Mac in it. Big gold cup with rhinestones with my pack in it. It's like the jungle, but the broads is fine. And if they ain't puffin' crippy, then it's Georgia pine. Listen, I'm the wrong nigga to style with. My motherfucking problem to reconcile with. Nigga,
We
what?
knocking heads off. We knocking heads off. We knocking heads off. Motherfucking heads off. We knocking heads off. We knocking heads off. We knocking heads off. Motherfucking heads off. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. What? Push it, niggas, lay it down. Me and my niggas finna clown. Push it, niggas, lay it down. Me and my niggas finna clown. We know our fucking click up. We give a fuck if you don't like us. We know our fucking click up. We give a fuck if you don't like us. Don't like them niggas. Can't stand that bitch. Don't like them niggas. Can't stand that bitch. We'll shut the club down. If y'all niggas wanna clown, we'll shut the club down. Bitch, say so. We got your hands up. We got your hands up.
Hit them like buttons out there, man. Share this around to all your social media outlets, man. We getting the energy right this morning. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Drop some fire emojis. You got to hear it. Let's go.
Y'all know when the beat breaks down and shit. What's up? What's up? It's time to get motherfucking buck wild. Now this is what I want y'all niggas to do.
Y'all drop some fire
All the real
emojis, man.
niggas
Let's
and
go.
ladies out there. Okay. Y'all need to repeat after me. Right now! I ain't scared of no nigga, I ain't scared of no bitch, I ain't scared of nobody in your motherfucking clique. I ain't scared of no nigga, I ain't scared of no bitch, I ain't scared of nobody in your motherfucking clique. Man, fuck that shit, nigga, fuck that shit, man, fuck that shit, nigga, fuck that shit, man, fuck that shit, nigga, fuck that shit, man, fuck that shit, nigga, fuck that shit. We knocking hands off, we knocking hands off, we knocking hands off, motherfucking hands off, we knocking hands off, we knocking hands off, we knocking hands off, motherfucking hands off. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. You wanna go, nigga? Let's go, nigga. What? And we gon' ride a boat.
Go to my heavy, Jerry and Pop Patrol. I told it. I ain't never scared. 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 Let that chopper go. to your melon. When the plasma is oozing out of your cerebellum. Now you're swelling. We ain't talking hardcore, now is ya little. That ain't running scared of bigger. Cause I put the heat to his hill bigger. Now own that drink and own some of that. Getting thirsty, now I need some of the drink. So I'm outside of the club and he think I'm a punk. So I go to my heavy cherry and pop the trunk. I told it. I ain't never scared. 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 I ain't never scared.
I got a hot for fever, call it Bonita. Knock the apple off any bum with a hollow heat seeker. Red Cross. The pint, she take blood by the liter. I'll never leave her. My vicious vixen on liquor, send that to the guard quicker. No matter your religion, you Muslim, Hebrew, or Christian. She indiscriminate with punishment. She send them missing. My gun's my favorite, and she got permanent PMS, so she stay safe.
I the club and he think I'm a punk. So I go to my heavy cherry and pop the trunk. I told it. I ain't never scared. 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 I ain't never scared.
No, I ain't bad, just don't kiss no ass to take. And I'm a grown man, find you somebody to play with. You don't like me when you see me, better not say. I choke it out like Dre did that. You better tell these things with no record. I'm a bankhead, I take your cookie. Hey, so don't make it a me or you situation. I had your partner down, I see you visitation. Like, hope for the best, but I don't think he gon' make it. Not the way he was shivering and shaking on the pavement. I tell you what, if you make it, call him Brace, cause he amazing. Find out these verses wasn't the only thing blazing there. Just when you thought that I was done, I was saving the best for last. Kiss my smile like Delary. They my focus, best you just let them be. Cause I do this priest head confessions and never see.
So I'm outside of the club and he think I'm a punk. So I go to my heavy cherry and pop the trunk. I told it. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared.
Peace. We in here, man. How y'all feeling this Grand Rising? I just want to get the energy up, man. I just want to get the energy up. You know what I'm saying? I just want to get the energy up. I told these motherfuckers, I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. Y'all can't tell me that wasn't that shit back in the day. That was that shit. I had a big crunk. Boy, I miss those crunk days. Don't y'all miss them crunk days? Good old crunk days, man. Make sure y'all tap in, man. Share this around to all your social media outlets. Yeah, man, we're gonna get it cracked. I got a nice little video for you guys. I want to make sure we can get some people off in here before we get started. Let's get some fire emojis off in here. Let me get some fire emojis off in here. Shout out to Sienna DJ, Kiwanis, Lady Lynn, Goodvale Hobson, Savelle McDaniels, Tracy Wilson, Latifah Miller, Jay Free, Running Back Games, Child Alpha, Fire Energy, Soul For Real. Peace to y'all guys in the chat. Kiwanis the Aborigine, peace and blessings. Hopefully everybody good. I don't see no fire emojis yet though, so I'm gonna just hold off. I'm gonna give y'all 30 seconds to hit that like button and to politely share this on all your social media outlets. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to do that right now. Salute, salute, salute. Grand Rising, peace and blessings. Let's get into this conversation, man. Just gonna play a quick little audio that we have a conversation about it. Probably break down the video. This is my first time seeing the video right now with you guys. So we're gonna decode it together. Let's get to it, you guys. Let's get straight up to it.
Along with the enslavement of Africans, black Indians are in fact the ultimate survivors in America's difficult struggle with racial and cultural difference. African Americans and Native Americans, the most mistreated and misunderstood people in our history, have forged strong bonds between their cultures. What is it that links these two cultures? What history do they share together and with white society? Has their common ancestry and shared past given them something to be proud of or something to deny?
The kids around my neighborhood used to think I was Cuban at the time because I looked different. So I guess the way it works is people are so used to seeing what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else.
When we were coming up, it was a bad stigma, I guess, to be Native American. And so, I mean, you was just classified as black, or that's the way you went. And, you know, a lot of the older people, they never told you. I mean, it was a long time before I really found out what my heritage was.
A lot of people that go through the museum, when they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see.
Oh shit! I ain't even screen share.
There's portraits of matching.
Y'all motherfuckers should have said something.
And they walk in and
y'all tweaking.
They're not Indian, they're black.
I think also because I sometimes had a rather difficult upbringing as a child because I did feel in between, I guess is the best way to put it. When I was first going to school, I went to a private Lutheran school and I was the
Notice that they call her an African American Indian. Now, mind you, she don't claim to be none of this. That's what they insert. Now, listen.
only child of color in the entire school. And I had wonderful experiences with my teacher, but not such great experiences with the students around me. When we went,
make sure y'all share this around. It's a nice little bill, man.
Moved to another neighborhood and I went into a public school. It was primarily a black school and I was thrilled. I thought when I saw more children that had chocolate skin that I'd be able to join in and I'd be more of a part of a group. And that wasn't the case at all. It was quite a shocking and disappointing experience for me to realize that they too thought I was not like them.
I was a Narragansett when to be an
I'm a Narragansett. It's your boy Two Hawks, man.
Indian really was unheard of because when I was in school, we were taught Eastern Indian history as if it was like learning about the ancient Trojans. When I was in the 4th grade, I got sent out of class because one of the questions was, when did Columbus discover America? And I crossed out discover and put invaded.
Invaded indeed. After Columbus, Europeans took over Indian lands, wiping out millions of native peoples with military aggression and devastating diseases such as smallpox.
They make it, even within this story, they're fabricating that the fact that Christopher Columbus even came to America. Narragansett people are not in the islands. Cristobal Colon only went to the islands. How the fuck did they run into the Narragansett people? That's a made-up story.
To which the Indians were not immune. Soon enslaved Africans were brought to North America and put to work on land that had once belonged to native peoples.
Patuxet was one of 60 or more bands that we had in the Wampanoag Nation. The people were wiped out in plagues between 1616 and 1618.
Man, this white lady don't know what the fuck she talking about. Look at her.
In plagues between 1616 and 1618, which is even before the Pilgrims came. It was of European origin, brought here by fishermen and explorers before the Pilgrims came.
It's quite clear that from the first arrival, from the first time that Africans set foot in the Americas, they were intermingling with Native Americans.
You're pushing this whole slave narrative. See what I'm saying? That's how they started it up with you, the whole Christopher Cologne, and then they gonna usher in this whole narrative, this whole slave narrative. All this is Western education that these people are giving you. They're not giving you no real Aboriginal history.
And the interaction continued, obviously, all the way through Indian removal, and even thereafter, those Indians who stayed in the Southeast were mingling with African Americans.
Well,
He said the Indians that was in the Southeast was mingling with African Americans. My ancestors never went to school with these people. We never lived in neighborhoods with these people. So how the fuck was we mingling and mixing with people that wasn't even around us? That don't even make sense. So that alone lets you know that we was already in this area. The black people that you see that they call and mix was already here. The Native Americans was never there in the Southeast.
The colonial period.
I never seen them in Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina. Never seen them in Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky. I never seen them in Virginia, places like that.
One of the very curious things that was happening was a whole new kind of human being created who was of African, Indian, and European ancestry.
Look at Cub. Them ain't feathers. Them motherfucking, that's supposed to be a nigga head with the spot 'em got 'em locks. He got the spot 'em got 'em locks in his head. You understand me?
And in fact, in the colonies, both in North America and the Caribbean, there were all kinds of mixtures of whites and Indians, whites and Africans, Africans and Indians, and new kinds of human beings created. And I think that it's reasonable to say that many British residents of North America were not comfortable with these people, of brown people, yellow people, all different kinds of mixes of people they were encountering.
So you had native slaves, native indentured servants, and African slaves and indentured servants working side by side in various kinds of domestic situations, and also
They making it seem like it's a difference. Like they really on some bullshit.
on large plantations in the southern part of New England. I'm talking about New England here. One of the things you got was actual intermarriage of some blacks and some Indians.
Indians encountered people of African descent probably as early as they encountered people of European descent. And from the best available evidence, I think that we can infer.
And we listen to our information, Aboriginal information, from a fat ass Karen. Come on, G. These people are literally out here to lie and to confuse our people. Everybody in this goddamn interview don't have a goddamn clue about Aboriginal history. I'm just gonna flat out say that, and we ain't even got in it yet.
That they really made no distinction between people of African and European descent. That is, Native people did not have a concept of race in the way that we understand it today. They saw Europeans and Africans as part of the same society.
Damn, so they saying Africans and whites as the same shit? That's confusion as hell. That's confusion as hell. Or they saying that Africans are white people? Like, I'm confused on that.
Essentially. And consequently, there was not the kind of way that we understand it today. They saw Europeans and Africans as part of the same society, essentially. And consequently, there was not the kind of racial feelings or distinctions that...
Look at this primitive ass shit. And you got niggas in the community that think we was running around wearing moccasins half naked with little sheets of fur on them. Come on, G. That's disrespectful to our culture.
Natives applied to Africans.
We need to stop allowing these Asians to emulate our culture. That's disrespectful.
Between Africans,
we gotta go to the United States government about this shit.
It's a really important thing to understand about early relations between the two peoples, because race is an acquired concept for Native peoples in the South, and racism is an acquired feeling. It is a concept and a feeling that's acquired from Europeans.
Notice when they say race,
is an acquired feeling.
They got hell with the Negroes. Notice that they didn't say African. Notice that there's no Native Americans in these situations. All of a sudden, they live side by side, mixed and mating with the niggas all the way up and even after certain time periods, but they ain't never lived in side by side and fight with us doing Jim Crow. They was never around. They was never around. They wasn't here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They wasn't here in Wilmington, North Carolina. They wasn't there in Rosewood. What the fuck was these Native Americans, G? They just disappeared all of a sudden in the 1920s when photos came out.
It is a concept and a feeling that's acquired from Europeans. It's one of the legacies of colonization in North America.
Another legacy.
And I think it was a black man holding that KKK
It's one of the
thing.
legacies of colonization in North America.
Cuz fingers look black as hell. That might be Dave Chappelle up under here, man. His hands black as hell. Man, that's Dave Chappelle. They did quit playing.
Another legacy was domination by European settlers. From the beginning, African and Indian peoples encountered each other under the controlling power of Europeans. And from the beginning, Europeans saw the alliance of these two peoples as a dangerous thing.
It was certainly in the interest of European Americans to keep Native Americans and African Americans apart. Such an alliance developed and maintained would have been very destructive of the European American attempt to conquer the continent. So African Americans were often used in the militia against.
Nigga, they weren't often used in the militia. They was the militia. Nigga, you don't see that Mason symbol on the side of these hats? That's what was going on, nigga. The fraternal order. My sons. We use our slaves to have them help us in the Confederate war. How the fuck can they be? That's they shit when the Confederacy was the Chickamauga 38 Regiment Lookout Mountain from the volunteer state in Alabama. You got other states that was also part of Confederacy, other branches and tribes that directly formulated these confederacies to fight for their land against the North, against the Union, against the British. That's what my ancestors did. You know what I'm saying? And dominantly, it was our people in the war.
Native Americans.
And show me one Native American in a Confederate outfit. I'll wait. Show me a Native American in a Confederate outfit.
Were often encouraged to hunt runaways and were paid bounties for the scalps of slaves brought in.
We should also understand that Mohawk warriors were constantly hired to be slave catchers.
Her name, William B. Hart, Marbury College, African American, Creek and Cherokee. Cuz said he African American, Creek and Cherokee. How the fuck you an African and American and a Creek and a Cherokee? Nigga, you just all confused. You don't know what you is. You ain't found one African in your lineage, stupid ass, over here looking crazy as hell.
William Johnson's house became like a clearinghouse for catching slaves in this area, runaway slaves from western Massachusetts all the way across to the Genesee Valley.
Hold on, what's that say? Colored, look, it don't say Africans, colored people of Boston, one and all, you were hereby respectfully cautioned and advised to avoid conversating with the watchman and the police officer of Boston.
Slaves from western Massachusetts all.
What it say? For since the recent order of the mayor and the aldermen, they are empowered to excel as kidnappers and slave catchers. And they have already been actually employed in kidnapping, catching, and kidnapping slaves. Therefore, if you value your liberty and your welfare of the... I can't see what the fuck this shit
all the way across to the Genesee Valley.
Damn.
Area, runaway slaves from western Massachusetts all the way across.
Oh, let's look at it some more.
Across to the Genesee Valley.
Let's see. Actually employed, kidnapping, blah, blah, blah. Possible manners. As so many hounds as track of most of this some slave shit.
If anybody lost a slave, they'd go to Johnson's house, say, here's what this person looks like. And
How come everybody got all these slave stories, but ain't got a slave in their family?
He would put the call out to Mohawk warriors, and they would go out and act as slave catchers.
Man, listen, Boston is just one of the racist places in the world anyways. Nigga, they was still practicing heavy racism in the 70s.
And bring them back quite often. Yet they let them live among them too. They treated them as the eyes.
Your boy Corey Mayo grew up in Boston, so he's a racist Mexican.
In the ears on English society. These pure persons of African descent who lived in English society, understood English thought, understood English values. When they secreted them, either as runaway slaves or they married into the society, they would let them stay and protected them until enough heat was put on them and they were forced to return them.
In colonial New England, the alliances of blacks and Indians were sometimes not only a matter of protection, but also of collaboration. Colonial seaports in the Northeast, especially those involved in the fishing and whaling industries, often used laborers who were of mixed ancestry, and one such black Indian from Massachusetts, Paul Cuffey, made a highly profitable career.
Paul Cuffey, the sellout nigga who lied and act like he was African. Listen to him. Mind you, he was an Aboriginal. Listen to him. Let's go back to that Paul Cuffey story.
Whaling industries often used laborers who were of mixed ancestry, and one such black Indian from Massachusetts, Paul Cuffey, made a highly profitable career out of his merchant business that utilized native black connections.
Paul Cuffey is in many ways very unusual. He's unusual because of his great success, and he's unusual because we have ample documentation establishing the fact.
When they be saying mixed, they be lying a lot too.
He preferred hiring Native Americans, African Americans, and people of mixed heritage. But at that time, the preponderance of mariners from New England ports were, in fact, Indians, Africans, or people of mixed heritage.
Most native and black encounters and alliances took place along the East Coast, usually through intermarriage, especially in the years after the American Revolution. Sometimes these African and Indian relationships came together out of strategic necessity, other times out of shared experience, mutual support, and love.
We see by about 1750 or so, with native communities in the Northeast, intermarriage between Indians and blacks. We find intermarriage beginning to occur between Indians and blacks in the Northeast. So that by the 19th century, with Narragansetts, for example, with Pequots, for example, they are seen as people more African than Indian.
There is, in fact, an advantage to an African male slave in 18th century New England hooking up with an Indian woman. Even if indentured, an Indian woman was free. And from the maxim that the child follows the condition of the mother, a slave who had children with an Indian woman would be producing free children, regardless if he should remain enslaved himself.
I guess if you knew anything at all about the history of our country and the fact that these two tribes' experiences somehow meshed in time and in level of tragedy, it seems only natural that there would be black Indians. These two tribes were walking the planet being persecuted by another tribe that they found solace in each other. They survived by joining together. That's what you do. That's what all humans do in an effort to stay alive.
As historians, we almost never talk about love or emotional support that people provided to one another. You'd have to imagine a person taken from his or her Indian.
Look at them, got them all primitive and naked and shit. That's what I'm saying. This shit is bogus.
Family at the age of 4.
Notice these stank ass teepees in the back too. That's how you know that they was alluding to some bullshit. Like somebody grandmama just outside in there. Your whole family just lived. Man, come on. This is a whole indoctrinated story that they putting on.
And put into servitude in a white household. This person would not necessarily have grown up speaking English. and would have found him or herself very isolated. And in their narratives, 18th century Indians do talk about a profound sense of loneliness, isolation, and that their only social contacts were with the other people who were servants or unwaged laborers in these households. So that many of the relationships between African Americans and Native Americans in colonial New England are rooted in this experience of servitude and slavery.
Elsewhere, the alliance between Indians and blacks grew out of military necessity.
Notice they ain't said shit about one white slave. That's how you know the story is lying, because they're not giving you the full and the real. We know that white slaves was enslaved here in America first, was the first slaves here. It was here in large numbers in the same areas that they talking about black slaves was at and Indian slaves was at. These was white slaves. This nigga lying. Cap at.
This was especially true with the black Seminoles of early Florida.
He said it like people use Seminoles as if it was a tribe. Seminoles was bands of other nations and clans and that came together after warring with British, Spanish, and French. You see what I'm saying? You had the Yamasee, you had the Chickamauga, you had the Upper Lower Creek, you had, you had a lot of different, you had the Muskogee Nation, you know what I'm saying? They all mixed into one to become the Seminoles, or the Maroons in
Theirs
America.
was an alliance that began with slaves fleeing their masters in neighboring Georgia in the early 1800s. These black Seminoles soon proved...
This nigga ain't black, man. This nigga like a Mexican.
...be a powerful combination. From the beginning, Africans made valuable contributions to life in tropical America. They transplanted a rice culture they had perfected in Senegambia and Sierra Leone. The Seminole tribe, which took in migrating Creeks as well, was...
Notice that they show you one nigga, then they show you another nigga.
The Seminole tribe, which...
They show you this weird-ass Mexican, and then show you my man Granddaddy. They show you this fake-ass American in a red, white, and blue, knowing that's our shit. You feel me? And then gonna show you my nigga right here, like he ain't the real Indian. They got done bad. Nigga, they probably own all the land just dressed like this because he working on the motherfucking land all day. So they be capping.
Creeks as well was used to accepting people who were different. So welcoming runaway African slaves from Georgia posed no problem.
What we find in the first quarter of the 19th century is...
What you find in the first quarter of the 19th century, right? That's in the 1800s.
A military alliance and an alliance of convenience and an alliance of common purpose forming between the Seminole Indians, or the people who are being...
How come you don't hear none of these stories in your genealogy? How come ain't none of your people involved in this shit that's in the same area as this shit going on? In 1825, 1830, how come your people ain't going through this same shit that they describing? Because it's bogus as hell.
Generically referred to as the Seminoles, and these slaves...
And hold on, notice that this Mexican lady, look at her, white ass, got some Native American shit. She probably thinks she a Native American. Yeah, I'm 1/16 Cherokee. Yeah, bitch, you ain't shit but a European. And I can tell by that little meat hanging up under your motherfucking chin. We know who you is, lady.
Generically referred to as the Seminoles, and these slaves, these...
Look at my man. Got a bottle of hot sauce. Nah, I'm just bullshit.
Hundreds, not thousands, but hundreds of ex-slaves. These slaves, these hundreds, not thousands, but hundreds of ex-slaves who are finding refuge in Florida. They have common goals, and their goals are to retain their freedom and to thwart the determination of the white government to remove them or return them to slavery.
Look, they got an actual little poster of a nigga screaming, chained up. Y'all niggas are sick. Y'all allow these motherfuckers to put some shit up of a nigga with muscles, strong, look healthy, chained up, screaming about some funky ass vagabonds. Come on, man. This is just post-traumatic slave syndrome.
The determination of the white government to remove them or return them to slavery. Their other common goal, of course, is to find peace, to support themselves and their families, and to live at peace in the land.
Now, mind you, it's a white lady telling us all this shit. Some bullshit.
They took the field, they took the swamp, they took the woods together, and were able to put up a very strong showing in the face of the...
He said they're able to put up a real good showing. Nigga, the Seminoles beat the dog shit out of the British. And it didn't even have that many people as much as the British. They beat the dog shit out of the British, nigga. Real shit.
Most severe military pressure that the United States could bring to bear upon them.
It's important to recognize that Indians did not feel a natural kinship.
That ain't even no fucking Indian.
Recognize that Indians did not feel a natural kinship.
That ain't no fucking Indian. That look like my man's Robin Williams from Flubber. That look like Flubber. You know what I mean? With a whole bunch of tattoos. And look at him. Look where he got. They're like a Canadian symbol. And that nigga probably came from north of Canada and the Alaskan natives. You know what I'm saying? They trying to act like this the real Indian. Get the fuck out of here.
Kinship with Black Americans. And they were not 19th century liberal abolitionists. So their reasons for joining with African Americans.
Now we got a gay white dude on here telling us about some shit. Now they just done took it too far. They done just took it too far. They got a gay white dude on here telling us that we natives and mixed with Africans. Come on, dude.
Africans were far different from what we might imagine today, and they did not see people in terms of race, for the most part, in the 18th century. And therefore, these outsiders come to them, and for the Creeks and Seminoles and Cherokees, this, it appears to be an opportunity for them to incorporate new people into their tribe, and to gain new skills, to gain manpower, to gain warriors, women who contribute to the population of the tribe.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted.
Them ain't Native Americans. These are Native. These are the real Indians and Aboriginal, full-blooded, straight up.
Between African American and Native.
These are some motherfucking invaders. That's a Karen, white lady. That's a Karen. That's a Jim Curry, Karen, a Mexican, I don't know, a couple more Mexicans.
Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed Black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
The classic example is someone like Crispus Attucks. Now,
Crispus Attucks. You know what I'm saying? Nigga who died in the Revolutionary War, the first nigga who died, was a mixed breed Aboriginal Indian.
When he runs away from his master, he was an indentured servant and not a slave. When he runs away from his master in Framingham, Massachusetts in 1750, the original newspaper's announcement posting a reward for his return described him as a mulatto fellow. Literally. And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
Did y'all hear that? nothing implies that Crispus Attucks was an African. Cause he wasn't an African. Everybody know that.
Despite the success of Paul Cuffey,
That's the smartest shit Cuz said. I go back a little bit.
European Africans. Mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply.
And mind you, they showed you this motherfucking Mexican with this fat ass slobber knocker. You see what I'm saying? Come on, G. Chill out, Tonto.
Brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
despite the success of Paul Cuffey, or the revolutionary fame of Crispus Attucks, or the brave and successful blending of Africans and Native Americans in the Black Seminole story, American history has left Black Indians burdened by generations of denigration and denial.
Man, that was his wife. You don't even know that's a girl. Nigga, that's his wife. They just took a nice little date photo, nigga. Yeah, that's how you get these light-skinned looking ass Native Americans, because they was willingly getting with the motherfucking white man. I can show you plenty of images of that.
And it began historically.
Either way, that's it. They going together, shit. They might be a man, but they go together, shit.
With a bipolar racial system, one that had no place for racial mixture.
Englishmen in North America established a caste system divided between blacks and whites. There was an attempt to maintain white racial purity, and therefore there was an attempt to deny or reject the racial mixtures that went on. Therefore, if you had any degree of African American blood, you were forced to identify as African American.
If you look at the old censuses, you will see people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes. So there are many African Americans today, people socially identified as African Americans, who have Indian ancestry, and I think that's why you see now at the beginning of the 21st century, you see them trying to reclaim their Indian heritage. I think they're, for the first time, they're now being given the opportunity to do so.
Man, it's like Kiowa Big Brother.
Being of the two people in this society that is very much discriminated against.
This is a mixed breed mulatto.
It's hard to be accepted. It's hard to carry out your life in a peaceful manner, because in places that you go, public places or whatever, they have a view about people
got that blue flag on though
that are mixed like that, and so you feel strong prejudice.
The prejudice all had to do with being black, and that's being, and I would say that's being.
I said he Pequot. That nigga look like Babyface. They said this nigga African American, Massachusetts, whatever the fuck it is, Pequot. Nigga look like Babyface.
Being black, and that's being, and I would say that's being in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood. There's still prejudice because of the light-skinned person that I am. So if I were to walk into a predominantly white neighborhood today, or let's say in the past, I would be a nigger. If I walked in a predominantly black neighborhood in the past, I would be a yellow nigger.
A lot of the Indians would go out and pick up potatoes during the harvest of the potato season, because there was huge potato farms. And some of them would refer to the Narragansetts as the potato niggers. If you were not white, you were black.
I believe in the pecking order of the races that the Native American
She said she Narragansett. These are niggas, straight up niggas for real.
individuals were most definitely at the low end.
Now these are Mexicans. These are Mexicans, straight up Mexicans. Like it ain't even know if where the hell is these people at? How they even get these photos? These ain't even nobody in their family. They just showing random photos.
Of the stick. So if you were Native American at one point in time in history, you wanted to hide that fact just simply for survival reasons. I'm a parent. I am raising Native American children. If their physical being could pass for black or white, then for their safety's sake, I would put down on their birth certificate black or white. And that happened throughout history for a number of years.
Growing up, actually, there was a lot of prejudice as far as
What she said she was? She nasty fucking Pequot too. Hey, she kind of looked like Dane Calloway a little bit. She kind of looked like Dane. Or am I tripping? Nah, she looked just like Dane.
there was a lot of prejudice as far as Afro-American people always had things to say to you during school, after school, places you go. And then when I would tell people that I was Native American, that's when things would happen. People would be like, oh, you're not Native American. You don't look like a Native American. And I would be like, excuse me, what does a Native American look like? Could you tell me what a Native American looks like?
Yeah, look just like Dane, for real. Oh, bullshit.
And people couldn't say anything when you asked them that.
I was clearly accepted in Wakefield, Rhode Island, whether I was perceived as being African American or Native. I'm coming south. Clearly, I could say that that changed significantly and somewhat dramatically, attending a predominantly white private Christian university. It became clear that indeed I was perceived as being something different. And clearly I wasn't looked at as being Native. I was looked at as probably being African American by virtue of the pigmentation of my skin.
Again, it boils down to the color of your skin. And if you are not of the dominant of your skin.
Said she Cherokee. Looking straight like a nigga, somebody TT.
And if you are not of the dominant at that time in this country race of white, Caucasian, then you were treated second class. We were not allowed to go into the restaurants. And I was also married while I was in college, and we were not able to stay at a hotel or to go to a movie and sit in the movie theaters with.
It don't say no Africans, no Indians, or nothing. It said no niggers allowed. That's the same nigga who said he Pequot. No niggers, you feel me?
Caucasians. So those kinds of prejudice.
They've been treating our people bad. Ain't no people in the world got treated like that. I ain't never seen a sign during the Holocaust that said no Jews. You feel me? Like, we got signs talking about directly about our people and we got facts on how they directly been affecting and mistreating our people. You feel what I'm saying? For real. We got to do better than this, man. We got all we got, man. We too busy worrying about fucking names and fucking titles that somebody else done gave your mark ass. Wake the fuck up, folks. Literally. It's 9:42 Eastern Standard Time. It's 8:42 Central Time. You understand me? It's 6:42 goddamn Western time. Wake the fuck up.
I did feel I could not go into a restaurant and sit down and have a meal.
I went to college in Arizona, and I've
Now this a white man. I'm sorry. Cuz said his name. He a Pascadini, whatever the fuck that is. I ain't never even heard that motherfucking tribe. Cuz white as hell. Ain't going for that.
visited a friend at Northern Arizona University and saw a terrible car accident. And two Navajo boys were taken when there was a clinic across the street. Were not taken to the clinic. They had to be taken to a Navajo clinic. And these are life-threatening injuries. Take them 10 feet and they could get treated. They wouldn't do that because they were Native American. And that just really shocked me. And, you know, this is in '84, how this can happen now. And it just kind of set you back on some of the prejudice that is still around today.
I came from what you might call two cultures. Although I went to a purely white school, my schooling on the other side was through my elders. Now, for example, I was fully aware that we as a people could not talk our language. If we were, and we were convicted of it, the authorities could take our tongues. Could be in meetings. The only place that we could meet without interference was at the Indian Church and Meeting House. And there we got around that and did our tribal business, because instead of having a tribal council, we had a church council. Instead of, say, a chief, you had a deacon. Instead of a medicine man, say, a prophet.
We were sitting on the plane one day, my wife and I talking Cherokee, and a lot of the African Americans didn't know what we were. A lot of the Hispanics didn't know if we were Jamaican or Cuban or Latino, and the white passengers in the plane certainly didn't have a clue, because that's the first time they ever heard Cherokee spoken. So we thought that's unique. You know, it takes a Cherokee to understand Cherokee. So I thought that was really amusing. We sitting on the plane talking, everybody staring at us. I don't think they were staring at us because I was black and Indian. They were staring at us because they didn't know what we were saying, conversing in, or what language.
We have to face it, there were and still are times when being a person of color is not necessarily a good thing. And when you are made to feel uncomfortable and inferior with that reality, you certainly are not going to share it and be very open about it.
When I was in the tribal attorney's office, there was a woman there who made some derogatory, a Chauban woman who made some derogatory comments about blacks, just casual.
Like a Mexican to me. I ain't gonna lie to you, like a Mexican to me.
Comments about those people and how they talk and that kind of thing. And I, she didn't realize I was black. I could tell she didn't realize I was, but this was early on. And I called her on it. And, you know, the whole office, we got together and talked a little bit about that Valerie's, you know, mixed black, and that comment. She was offended, and, you know, you ought to be. And she apologized to me, and things went on.
Because of generations of prejudice and denial, much of the public and sometimes the personal memory of Black Indians has been erased by those who write history and sometimes by those who live it.
At that time, there was a lot of people that was using what we call pencil genocide. In other words, they were changing documents in the town halls and this and that. And unless you had some question about it, you didn't even know it. So, for example, in my dad's family, my Aunt Marion, my Aunt Josephine, and my Uncle Lewis were down as Indian. Uncle Lawrence and my father were down as black. My mother's birth certificate, she was born in on Coswell Street, which is Pawcatuck, Connecticut. And the doctor, knowing that she wasn't black, naturally, because he was very well familiar with the Babcock family, put her down as white. And a lot of us were put down as white just so we would not have that stigma of being black.
I call it like erasing the ancestors. or even erasing us. They just want to erase until they get to the point where, you know, you can look and, oh, look, there's Indian Road and Sachem Street. And, you know, there's nothing left but the street signs and some cigar store Indian.
You can go to any place in the state of Oklahoma and every place, every few miles up and down the highway, depending upon what nation you're in, you will find all kinds of gift shops and see things, oh, come and get a Cherokee doll or come play some Choctaw or Creek Nation bingo and come and do this and do that. And you can go to every one of those shops. You can go to the capital of the Choctaw Nation in Durant or go to the capital in Tahlequah, and you won't find anything representing the thousands of African people who lived there. Thousands, not just a handful or a few dozen, thousands who were documented on the rolls. Over 20,000 African people were there. They weren't just there and invisible and doing nothing.
My grandmother never really talked much about her Native American heritage. When I think back on my memories of her, the things that she did that I identified as being Native American, I think she did merely because she didn't know what else to do. That's the way she was trained. That's the way she was taught. But if you were to ask her to face those things or identify those things as being particularly one, you know, thing or another, she would back off from that. She never, ever really wanted to share much of it.
When I would go to the various establishments, there was a color line there. And one place that I went to, it was a dance, and we went in there, and there was a Indian girl who was at the desk. And she said, I'm sorry, you can't come in because you're not white. And I said, oh, I know that. I'm Narragansett. And she said, what's Narragansett? And I said, a Narragansett Indian from Rhode Island. And she said, there is no such thing.
Throughout the 19th century, you get every few years a notice of the last full-blooded Narragansett has died. And the last Indian dies and dies and dies. And then by 1880, when hearings to detribalize them take place, part of the topic that is discussed in the hearings, part of
the Delawares.
the top.
I'm just trying to zoom in on some shit.
That is discussed in the hearings on this, and part of the rationale for detribalizing them ultimately is that they are no longer, they are not authentic Indians, they are really Negroes.
There's always erasure going on in terms of one's identity, and to me it seems hooked into a particular political time period in which one is living. Now, if you back up to the removal time, you could say teens through the 30s, removal really began about, as you know, 1817, 1818. If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian, unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there was advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls, and sent west, but you could stay right where you were. Of course, there is a disadvantage at this time of identifying as African because you run the risk then of being enslaved, but at least you wouldn't be removed necessarily.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees sometimes enslaved Blacks in the early 19th.
Says Cherokees sometimes enslaved Black. This nigga got a nice little kufi on his head. He dressed just like they are. Fuck you talking about? And he best suited for the weather. They tripping.
Century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics.
So this is how they people try to incorporate and move us out the culture and then insert themselves inside the culture. They showing you in this video how they do it.
That is how able you are to manage your allotment.
It was at that time that the separation as citizens between black freedmen and Cherokee by blood was made. The Cherokee freedmen, if they were not also Cherokee by blood, were not given an allotment and thus were not part of the Dawes enrollment process.
A lot of knowledge that's been erased. The fact that freedman was never in my vocabulary, I never heard that in terms of a designation of my family history. My father always talked about being of part Choctaw ancestry, but his father, who died in 1940, my grandfather, was on the roll as a Choctaw freedman. The last person in our family who died, who was on the Dawes rolls, just died this year. She was 94. She was a Choctaw freedman newborn. And when I spoke with her, and whenever I would talk to her, she would always talk about, well, Grandma was Indian, of course, but she never, and I'm part Indian, but she never referred to herself as freedman.
By the 1960s and 70s, self-identification began to carry increasingly intense political meaning, which did not promote harmony between blacks and Indians.
If a man has not discovered something that he will die for, he isn't fit to live.
Beginning in the late 60s, Black power advocates stressed roots and ethnicity in transforming black from a racial category to an ethnic one, dedicated to political action and group betterment.
It would be fitting and symbolic that ships
These niggas changed black into an ethnic.
from all over the world entering the Golden Gate would first see Indian land and thus be reminded of the true history of this nation.
Although red power soon gained currency, the civil rights movement at first tended to create tension between the different agendas of blacks and Indians in modern America.
Now, if you move up to the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, what's the advantage there of identifying as either African or Indian? Well, this is all tied up in the civil rights movement. The 60s or 70s, the currency there was blackness.
I had a lot of problems in the black community, and they got progressively worse as I got older. And I think part of it was
Hey, I know we've been going the whole time. I ain't been telling y'all to hit the like button, man, but we got 147 people off in here. Hit that like button, man. I ain't going another motherfucking step farther till we get these likes up, man. Support the channel, man. I ain't about to play with y'all. Let's get these likes up, man. Let's get these likes up. Y'all tripping. Come on, man. I gave y'all a good video. We rocking out. Fuck around mighty and drop the link. We can get to 120 likes. We're at 84. No, sir. I'm going to give y'all 30 seconds to hit that thing. Shout out to everybody out there, man. But yeah, we gotta get these likes up. We still looking light on the likes. You understand me? We could at least get to 130. I ain't starting shit. Shit. Let me light my motherfucking wood up. Y'all shit. Shit. Al Power said, drop the link. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link. I ain't dropping shit till y'all get that motherfucking likes up. Y'all gonna have to share this around social media or something. No, sir, Bob. I'm not dropping no links. We gotta get these likes up. Y'all playing. Y'all disrespecting the gang, man. I thought we was the notification gang in here. Thought we was Big Al movement in this motherfucker, G. Damn, y'all shortstop me like that? Yeah, damn. Y'all wrong for that. Sheesh, I thought we was better than that. We went back like 4 flats on the Cadillac. Shout out to Almighty Bay. That's what I'm saying, OG. The lights look pathetic, G. Pathetic. Shout out to the real ones out here, man. All y'all the real ones, man. Y'all know what's up. I know y'all forget sometimes. Shout out to Shuri Alexander for the cash out donation. She said, great bill. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support, sis. Appreciate the cash out. Hey, don't let the sister be the only one support the channel, man. Y'all hit the link, man. The link's on the screen. You know what I mean? Almighty Bay, man, the lights looking pathetic, but man, yeah, I understand. You know what I mean? Sometimes we come in, you see a good little build and came in late, you know what I mean? The motherfucker done synced the links. But shit, let's start this thing back up. Chris Cyphers. I'm just kidding, 124. I'm thinking YouTube BK. Yeah, YouTube BK. All right, let's get back to it. My bad. We up to 120. I feel okay. We okay with 120. We'll do 120. Drop some fire emojis in the chat if y'all can hear and see everything loud and clear. You know what I'm saying? You can hear it loud, you know what I'm saying? And see clear. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. Drop some fire emojis. Let's go.
The knowledge that Black people were having, the raising of Black consciousness with the Black Panther Party and Black Power. And I remember Angela Davis. I remember AIM and Wounded Knee.
Where's claiming Indian ancestry going to get you anyway, when in the 50s, the movement for civil rights is for African Americans? The Brown versus Board of Ed, the civil rights case of 1957, the voting rights case, the civil rights case of 64, the civil rights piece of legislation, Voting Rights Act of 65, those are directed to African Americans. So what does it gain you to declare yourself as Indian? Not till, I'd say, the late 60s, 70s at least.
Right now, it's vogue to be Native, whether you're in...
Appreciate the love in the chat, y'all. Appreciate the fire emojis, y'all.
Oklahoma.
Hey, who the fuck was that? On that motherfucker. Hold on. Nigga, that's John Travolta. Talk about he a native. Look, this nigga ain't no motherfucking Native American. Look at that. See this chin? They got a booty chin, bro. I don't know one Native American with a booty chin. Cuz got a booty chin. Cuz can blow his nose and wipe his ass at the same time. Cuz got a booty chin.
Lexington, Kentucky, whether you are in Oklahoma, what have you, and whether it's through arts, whether it's through museums, it's vogue, it's popular to be Native now. And so it's very easy for people to say, count me, I'm Native as well. And I don't think it's quite that easy.
In the late 20th century, we finally reached a moment in our history where...
Man, they're like the lady from the Conjuring or something. One of them little creepy ass movies. She was that little ghost hunter. Let me see what the hell she got going on. Wickman, yeah, she a wicked motherfucker. And she claimed that she a anthropologist in genealogy, and she from the Seminole tribe of Florida. Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here. White lady, your skin cannot even exist in Florida long enough outside, lady. You're a white lady. You're Italian or something. You got to be kidding me. Do y'all read this shit at the bottom? I said she a Seminole. All the Seminoles was dark skinned maroons. She capped.
It is possible for members of social groups other than the European Americans.
Hey, shout out to big bro Lieberson too, man. Shout out to the guy Lieberson. I gotta say shout out to the guy Lieberson, man. One of the OGs around here. For real. Usually quiet, subtle behind the scenes, but hey, everybody know the OG Lieberson. Shout out to him for the cash out donation, man. We got to give it up for the bro. Appreciate you for doing that, man. appreciate all the support, man. Let's keep it up, man. Let's keep it going, man. Don't let them two brothers and sisters be the only ones support the channel. Hit the like button, share this on your social media, drop a post on Instagram, tag me in it. Let's get it cracking.
To become very, very proud of their heritage, to increase their own awareness of their own heritage. And as a consequence, there are internal pressures inside African American groups to exert.
How you know, white lady? Oh, I know you know. You're the one oppressing them. Then you done assimilate into the real culture, right? The Indian Aboriginal culture, trying to act like you Aboriginal. And I already told you earlier, we peep to how you are. All you got to do is look around this area. Look around this area. You see what I'm saying? Then them motherfucker paper thin lips, varicose veins popping out. She not our people.
Their own political influence, their own political force, to find their political voice inside the United States today. This is an absolutely natural and highly commendable movement. Native Americans are doing exactly the same thing in our society today, and they are working very hard to reach the kind of consensus in the Native American world that will give them the power of their own political voices.
Having a powerful political voice is important, but for most people from blended backgrounds, the struggle remains one of finding a clear and proud sense of personal identity.
There is an African-American attitude that does not accept the legitimacy of the term Black Indians. All people of African heritage are African. So that the African...
What the fuck is he talking about? He's slow as hell. That's why he closed his eyes, because he didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. He said, hold on, let me think about what the fuck I was meant to say. I just said Africans and Africans, man. Think shut the fuck up.
The Afrocentric position, the Afrocentric position argues that Black Indians are not Indians.
I knew he was gonna fuck up. I could just tell by the way he was talking.
So that the the Afrocentric position argues that Black does not accept the legitimacy.
He lied his ass out. Couldn't know what he was gonna say. Listen to him.
Of the term Black Indians, all people of African heritage.
All people of African heritage
are African.
Are African. What the fuck are you talking about? They call us African American. We don't claim to be African though. Listen, watch this.
So that the Afrocentric position argues that Black Indians are not Indians, but are in fact African people. So individuals of dual heritage are often...
Look, these was his concubines, both of them. These was his concubines. These are not Negroes. You cannot classify these people as Negroes on no shape, form, or fashion. As soon as you see that, you be like a Mexican, a Native, an Asian, a Cambodian. You feel what I'm saying? You cannot classify these people as Negroes.
Often caught between white stereotypes about pure blood, what Indians should look like, and on the other side is the Afrocentric position that says that you are not Indian, you are African.
Look at that. It's a fat-faced Mexican, like you be seeing in Texas and Houston and shit.
It's pretending to be something you are not. And, you know, in several instances, this is difficult for individuals. I mean, you know, in many different ways, it places people in positions where they have to negotiate their identity, caught between two extremes, two groups that deny them legitimacy and a place within either community, either the African American community or the Native American community.
At that time in the Black community, it was, you know, everyone was very conscious of Black is beautiful. And someone like me and my mother, we weren't Black enough. It was difficult because I identified as Black and my family identified as Black and Indian. and yet we were never quite good enough.
There are elements of self-denial in terms of really exploring the history.
Now look, finally a real Aboriginal on the motherfucking stage. Shout out to the real deal Aboriginal. And they ain't even gonna list her tribe. Ain't that some
In
bullshit?
the history, not in terms of just superficial things. How do we dress, or what are we putting on that looks a certain way? Shall I put on something with kente that's going to make me look? And does wearing the kente cloth make me African, or does wearing a certain choker make me Native American because it's a choker from the Cheyenne Nation? It's something that a lot of people will ask me. Why are you even bothering? I mean, is this something that you're trying not to be black by saying that you're Indian? Well, of course I say I'm black first, without question. That's the cultural context in which I've lived my entire life and in which I was raised. Of course, I grew up with, grandma's Indian, and that's something that's there.
Part of it is that.
Boom. Boom. It's the typical story that all of us have that identify as Negro. Go back to this. This is very significant. He said some shit that we all said from learning from your grandma, even though it's from an indoctrinated grandma. Let's be real. But we all heard this. Let's listen.
I've lived my entire life and in which I was raised. Of course, I grew up with, grandma's Indian, and that's something that's there.
Part of it is that old, light-skinned is better no matter what the mixture is, whether it's black and Vietnamese or black and white, but there's a fear that we'll go back to that because it's hard to get rid of one's self-hate and the internalized racism that we have, and I understand that fear. And then there's a certain competition among minorities, rather than working together the way we could. I think there's has been at least a tendency to see if where there have been encounters, it's like, I've suffered more than you have. I was enslaved. Well, our land was taken. I've suffered more than you have. And it kind of gets, I think that kind of flavors or colors the interactions.
Much of the talk about identity and political power often leads to a very troubling conflict: blood versus culture. Both Native Americans and African Americans tend to present themselves as an ethnic group rather than race, but that doesn't mean white Americans see it that way. In the past,
Nigga, we don't give a damn what white Americans see it like. Y'all act like that ain't like they been running shit. Half of this story in history that they've been talking about, niggas was running, but they got it talking about like white people running. This shit is a bogus ass indoctrinated video. I'm glad I broke this down for you lost niggas. Don't believe shit these motherfuckers saying in here from James Earl Jones played in Lion King. He should have never narrated this bullshit. Rest in peace to the OG though.
Especially among Southern whites, blood was either pure or polluted. Quote, "It may take one drop of black blood to make a person a Negro, but it takes a lot of Indian blood to make a person a real Indian."
In Western culture, we have invested a great deal of faith in science. And science is by its very nature empirical. It is called scientific racism, and people became obsessed with it in the 19th century. They tried to determine characteristics of particular races and the way in which you could physically identify people of race. They also began to...
That's what they call physgometry, studying of the phenotype.
Associate what we often consider to be cultural attributes.
Now she an Aboriginal. Look at that little cute little Aboriginal baby. Cute.
Associate what we often consider to be
cute Aboriginal woman, probably in the 17, 18 goddamn hundred. Look at that.
Cultural attributes, things that are learned to...
They got these talking about these people, the Aborigines, these motherfucking enslaved ass Asians, just like what Truth talked about. The enslaved Asians. This is who you see. Facts.
Race to genetic makeup. Now, today we recognize the fallacy of this, but we continue to use the same kinds of categories. That is, we believe that ethnic identity is largely determined by genetics. And I would suggest that assumption is in and of itself a cultural construction. It's a construction that was developed in the 19th century to serve political purposes. It was a construction that was developed in order to enforce the distinction between white and black, in order to maintain the subordination of blacks and Indians, in order to ensure the dominance of whites.
I'm half Indian, half black, and then we're identified three different ways. One by race, natural origin, or color. And the fact that we're bilingual, we feel like we're just as much Indian as anybody.
That nigga said, hell, if I'm bilingual, shit, motherfucker, that nigga a redneck Indian. Let's look at
ensure the
nice looking Aboriginal.
dominance of whites.
I'm happy.
Look, cuz, that's Killua. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Killua, cuz, why you on here? That's Killua, G. That nigga funny looking. He funny as hell. I could kick it with this nigga all day. Cuz funny as hell.
Half Indian, half black, and then we're identified three different ways. One by race.
He country than some bitch too. Look at him.
Half Indian, half black, and then we're identified three different ways. One by race, natural origin, or color. And the fact that we're bilingual, we feel like we're just as much Indian as anybody. Just because we have a card, you know, just spells out what degree of blood you are. So the term freedman
should have the goddamn card. Tell you about the good blood that you are, you know. Goddamn. Cuz funny as hell.
We feel like we're just as much Indian as anybody. Just because we have a card, you know, just spells out what degree of blood you are. So the term freedman is offensive to some people, but it's not to me.
He said, hell, the term freedman is offensive to some people, but hell, it's not to me, hell. You know what I mean? And they got the new Cherokee Constitution. Boom. I need to holler, cuz, get them on it.
I think it's part of history that people need to know that people that came over here to Oklahoma on the trailer tiers, not all of them were slaves of Indians or white plantation owners.
I'm a person who wants to be viewed as a person who happens to be arguably a walking melting pot, because I have three distinct bloodlines and possibly more that I might not even be aware of in my lineage. Good or bad, right or wrong.
Nigga, he sound like Phil Valentine. Listen.
Melting pot, because I have three distinct bloodlines and possibly more that I might not even be aware of in my lineage. Good or bad, right or wrong, it's a fact.
I would say some Native people have felt periodically as the necessity
I'm getting tired of these white people.
of denying Africanness. But that necessity has been created by a steady stream of white originating argument about claiming that you cannot be Indian if you...
Yeah, look at my man. It look like somebody's granddaddy, which it is probably somebody's granddaddy, for real. And look what his hat say. Choctaws. Let me get some fire emojis, man, from the Choctaws in here, man. Drop some fire emojis, man. He said, hell, man, hell, I'm a goddamn Indian, man, of the Freedmans, and hell, I got a little card. Just tell us about to get up blood with yours, you know. Hell, I don't find it offensive.
You are also black. Initially, it was not Native people who were making that argument. Whites made that argument in the process of disinheriting Native people in various kinds of ways. And some Native people have had to feel they have had to echo those arguments to achieve any...
Indians discovered America. The Aboriginals was in America. You see, this is the story that they're not telling y'all. See, this is the story they're not telling y'all. This is why that's why they don't need dumb motherfuckers on here. I could pick any motherfucking nigga, randomly close my eyes and pick people out the chat that can come over here and do 10 times better than this bullshit. That's why we here to reorganize, to throw away the bullshit and add in the organic. You understand me?
kind of regaining of their birthright.
I guess the way it works is people are so used to seeing what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else. But most people don't perceive you as an Indian if you don't look like that poster type Indian that they have on TV.
Who you are is
Talk that shit, black man.
what you were raised and what you believe in your heart and in your soul. It's not something that you take out of the closet and put on because it's the fashion.
I am a Mashantucket Pequot tribal member. I became federally recognized in 1993. Previous to that, I was always known to be a Afro-American. I was told as I was younger that we have native blood, if you will, and relatives of the Narragansett and the Pequots. I remember as I was growing up, the question was asked a lot if I'm mulatto because of my light skin. And I'm like, no, there are no Caucasians in my family as I know of. But it came clear to me when I was told more of my native side. So that explained to me why the skin is so light. And
But it shouldn't though, because original Indians was darker than what you are, or if not the same complexion. You see what I'm saying? So what are you talking about? This nigga lost you.
till this day, I let people know that I am both Native American and Afro-American. I'm very proud of it. And I don't think that there's anyone that's going to tell me that I'm not two different.
You're not. You're not.
You know, Portuguese, Spanish. I know that's in our bloodline as well. But there's only so much you can put. They don't put on the application, what are you, mutt? That'll be the easiest thing to do. But we don't do that for some reason. We can mutt a dog, but we can't mutt a human being.
It always reminds me of the children's game.
Your mama a mutt, nigga. You got me fucked up talking that mutt shit. Nigga, I'm pure blood. Nigga, your mommy.
You know, paper covers rock, rock breaks scissors, scissors cut paper kind of thing, with respect to this blood business. That any number of drops of white, so-called white blood, don't have any effect on whether a black person is black or whether an Indian is Indian. Okay, but one drop of African blood, and suddenly.
Yeah, that's Jermaine Jackson. That's Jermaine Jackson, G. Yo, bugging. That's Jermaine Jackson. Oh shit, Joe about to whoop his ass for getting on her acting like this.
An Indian isn't Indian and a white isn't white.
Here in Lexington, Kentucky, it's so important. People honestly don't look at me in the street and see my name, Victor Hassing. Oh yeah, Narragansett. Probably doesn't dawn on them. It probably says, African American by virtue of my pigmentation. But they need to see the best African American they can see if that's what they see in me. They need to see the best Native American that they can see if that's what they see in me. I doubt if they see the European blood that I have in my line because that's not relevant to them. Because my pigment suggests something different to them. But that's their problems, their issues to deal with. But they've got to see the best me that they can see.
Indian is a cultural question, it seems to me, and it's a cultural question. When the federal government conducts hearings on whether a tribe is authentic or not, talks about practices, talks about organization, all of those are cultural questions. And yet, the mainstream white community.
See, regular motherfuckers that disagree with this shit. I'm not agreeing with none of this bullshit. Y'all go watch Fat Boy, size 55, or the Mexican in Costa Rica to get that type of shit. I'm giving y'all the real spiel right now.
Uses the term Indian as a racial term and sees one drop of black blood as the sort of rock that breaks the scissors, or the paper that covers the rock.
There is no reason why one has to aspire to be something one is not. There's no reason why one should not be a mixture of Native American and African American, or even European American, and be proud of it. In each of those heritages, in each of those histories, there are things to be proud of.
Each one of us chooses a culture. Each one of us sees ourselves, images ourselves as a part of a group. We all need to belong to groups.
See, that's your problem. Y'all feel like y'all can just, oh, I feel like I'm an Indian, so I'm a fucking Indian. I'm gonna go right on this dog's road that I'm an Indian. That's that bullshit, honky lady.
There's nothing in the world wrong with that.
Yes, it is something wrong with
What
that.
is
That's y'all problem.
important is that we should look to our own group, look to ourselves, learn who we are, be comfortable with who we are, be proud of who we are, and use our own culture base as the basis for that pride.
Someone who is a quarter French Canadian and a quarter Italian and half Irish to be one of those things, or asks them to exclude all but one of those as a way of making their own identity. And people ask that of African descended people, and they ask that of Native descended people all the time.
I'm not going to tell someone you are or you aren't who you say you are. I think that we need to have fundamental respect for people as individuals as well as communities. And when someone says to me, I am an Indian, I'm an African Indian, I am white, I accept what those people
You accept it 'cause your fat ass
tell me.
claim to be Cherokee. That's the big fattest, whitest Cherokee I've ever seen. I'm done with this video. This is disgusting. This is disgusting at this point. This is totally disgusting. But listen though, I see we got a few cotton picking Africans in here. Let's see if they'll hit the link today. Let's get it cracking, man. So yeah, I hope y'all come with y'all sources. Hopefully y'all come with computers, screen sharing, ready to get it in. Let's get it cracking, man. The link is in the chat. This is the part of the bill. We do the open panel. We'll give y'all 30 seconds to hit the link. If nobody hit the link, I will be getting out of here. Let's go. Peace. We back. We got 1 second in the chat, man. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all share this on all your social media outlets. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, man. All right, man. We got Black Power banging in here, man. What's going on? Man, your Wi-Fi doodle. Your Wi-Fi doodle. You gonna have to turn that off.
Oh yeah. All right, you know what? Let me try this.
Oh, you sound better now. Let's keep it going. Oh no. All right. All right. Go ahead. Mic check.
Let's bang. Check this out.
All right, man. Let's get a mic check, man. Y'all can hear me loud and clear. Drop some fire emojis.
Refrigeration tape.
Yeah, you all good. Just let me know when you get outside, big homie. That shit loud as hell. Hey, man. Hey, hit the link, man. Let's get a wild panel going real quick, man. I'll give y'all about 45 minutes to bang it out. Let's go. Link is in the chat, man. Nigga, don't get scared. Pop out. Come stand on y'all info.
Hey, what's the name for the Rebels?
Hey, repeat that. Let's see if we can get the seat. Let's check your mic out now. What's going on? Mic check, mic check. Black
Oh
Power.
no,
What's up?
yeah, I was just asking what's the next move for the Wabos?
Shit, you know, we up. It's up there. We doing beautiful things, man. Aboriginals doing beautiful things. We connecting. The information is out there. We got momentum. The movement of this Aboriginal indigenous movement and the way it's going is recently new. You feel me? So I feel like, hey, we're on the up and up, man.
That's what I'm talking about. It's recently new. I feel you. You right. You right.
Yeah,
It's
this
recently new.
ideology when we dealing with under the auspice of colonization and formulas such as pro-black, pan-African, Hebrew Israelites, all these other movements that came after colonization, trying to rise back up to a certain level. Yeah, this is one of the newer ones, man, and it's not really a movement. It's more so a lifestyle, and the lifestyle that forces people to look at the real truth of who we are. You feel what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, that gets into the conversation. We got you on here. You claim to be Black Power banging. You claim to be an African, but you have absolutely no evidence of being an African. You have no evidence of your ancestors coming from Africa, nor do you do. And I asked you, why do you go to Africa and want to be an African? And you memorialize the reasons. And I want to hear and let you explain, why do you want to be an African in contrast to not wanting to be a great American, the first
So
American?
let me ask you this, right? What proof do you have the Native Americans came from anywhere?
Well, I do. I got plenty of proof saying Native Americans came from somewhere.
Okay. And Native Americans are connected to what body of people?
I think they call Siberians, which is a form of Asian. So on the continent of Asia. Yo.
Okay. So Native American, subgroup of Siberians. Siberians are part of the larger body
Hey, so
of
listen.
Asia.
So listen,
Okay.
I answered 2 of your questions. So now I'm gonna
No,
ask
no,
you.
no, no, no. No, look, that's very important
Black
and leading
Power.
into mine.
Black
Leading
Power.
into mine.
I don't want you to jump around. I just want you to
I'm
answer.
not jumping around.
I know.
Now check
Okay.
this.
Okay. But
Now
listen.
us here in America are Africans, and we come from the larger body of African people, just like the Native American come from the larger body of Asian people.
All right. So now, like I was saying, you want to be an African because of what? What is some of the cultural calamities that drew you towards Africa, that drives you towards Africa? What are some of the implements?
What is some of the cultural downfalls? Because you said calamity as in downfall, right?
Yeah, I mean, calamity meaning the downfall, that because you're not practicing these great cultures that you see in Africa. So I want you to explain the historical prospers that now that you don't have, but that drew it to you. What is the calamities in that? You understand me? What is the downfall? What are some of these great downfalls of culture that you do not practice these days?
Well, yeah, we ain't pushing lines on the downfall. One of the greatest downfalls I push against is movements like the Wabo movements that's fracturing themselves from the larger body of African people. Now that is a calamity. Just like you also got the Moors that's embracing European doctrine and European blacks law, then turn around and tell you that black is not law. That's a calamity. That's a calamity.
What you're doing is called conjecture, and you're projecting.
No, you said calamities. That is a calamity.
Well, you mean downfall. I said historical calamities and comparative to what drew you to it, to what drew you towards Africa today. So in other words, let me rephrase the question for you, my good brother. What are some of the accomplishments and contributions that you idolize within Africa, the continent, with you being a pro-black African?
From our master teachers and our leaders right here today, like one of them being El Haj, you know what I mean? That you know is Malcolm X, pushing the line.
What part of Africa was he from?
Brother, our family is from all of Africa.
No, I'm saying what part?
No. Hold on.
What's wrong?
Okay, so this is one thing that the Wabos have to get into their mind, right? when it comes to you talking about what part of Africa at this late
Yeah,
date,
Wild Balls probably got to do a lot of shit, but you talking to big Aboriginal power. So now all that little toy ain't gonna go around. So we get to the real deal antics of the question.
okay, I'm
You
gonna
just,
say it again. When we start talking about a particular part, there is just like right now when you start talking about the Africans in
I'm not talking about a particular part.
you said what part of Africa?
I said what part of Africa is one of your greatest contributions that drew you toward Africa? You said El Shabazz,
I said
right?
our master teachers right here today pushing the line.
And then
Our
you
master
named
teachers
one, right?
from right here, yes,
From
in the Republic
America,
of New Africa,
from right here in America, right?
from right here, the extension of Africa.
But see, you still didn't answer my question. So I'm gonna ask it again for you, right? Because I'm being very direct. What in Africa, contribution wise, drew you towards Africa? I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna let you answer it.
It's a blood, ain't no drawing to it. It's a bloodline, brother. Do you not? It's a bloodline. It's a bloodline connection that y'all whole Wabo movement is trying to erase. It's a bloodline connection.
Like I said, I don't know nothing about no wild balls, right? But listen, what I'm gonna ask you, since it's a bloodline, what bloodline lineage do you come from? Because bloodline in Africa is not connected to every bloodline. All blood is not connected, even in the people of the continent. So, since you're a bloodline African, where do you come from in Africa?
Okay. All right, cool. Can you because I really don't understand the question. Can you give me an example and how that works in America? Like what bloodline are you from in America since all the American bloodlines are not connected?
I don't like this the thing though. I'm in my country. I grew up where my blood lineage is from. I'm in the soil. I'm not like I'm saying I'm from Australia and my blood lineage is Australian, but yet I don't know nobody and never been or don't know what part of Australia I'm from. That's ignorant. I'm an American in America on American soil and always been in America. There's nothing else for me to say. So, but what I'm gonna ask you is, since you're a bloodline
That
African,
is not true.
if you're a bloodline African, what lineage and what part of Africa do your blood take you to? Because I can tell you what lineage my lineage, my blood, my shit take me to. So
that is impossible to answer. And let me tell you why it is impossible to answer. Because if you were to take somebody, like I tell you all the time, I mean, all the rest of the Wabos, if you take Shaka Zulu and it's out of South Africa and say where your bloodline come from, he will not tell you South Africa.
See, listen, we're not doing what is. We're not doing what is.
No, ain't no what ifs. This is facts. This is facts. The
No,
Zulus
it's not a
are
fact.
of the
It's not a fact.
Zulus.
It's
The
not a fact.
The Zulus are of Bantu. They are part of the Bantu people, and the Bantu people are from West Africa, and also in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Congo are Bantu
Well,
people
what's
that's
Shaka?
from West Africa.
What's Shaka Zulu and Bantu got to do with anything?
So if you go in Google my Bantu migration, this is why I told you it's impossible because you're not even listening long enough to seek understanding. If you look at the migration from West Africa, the Bantus that originated in West Africa, they
So
ended up in
Bantus
East
are in
Africa.
West Africa.
If you look up the Bantu that originated out of West Africa, that migrated to East Africa, that migrated to Central Africa and South Africa, and now you want to say, right now, which part of origin, which, now, I mean, not to mention the bloodlines of the.
But listen though, that's how I know you're just making up shit on the fly. First of all, Bantu people is not from Africa, right? Bantu is from South Africa and then they're from the Congos. You know that, right? And it's from Central Africa, Central and South Africa, bro.
Brother, why don't you Google Bantu migration and tell me what you see?
You just said Bantu language come from West Africa.
Bantu migration. Look up Bantu migration.
You said Bantu language come from
I said Bantu migration, the Bantu people, the Bantu. And I said the Zulus are part of the Bantu. And I said you also can find, it don't matter, even the Bantu languages. Go ahead, you could do languages, but look up Bantu migration. Where do the Bantu migration start, brother? Since I'm lying or not telling the whole truth, where do it tell you?
I
What
don't
do it
know.
tell you?
I ain't looking it up. I didn't even look up Bantu just now. I'm just telling you what it is for a fact for me studying African languages and African cultures.
Okay, all right, cool. Let's go with that then. Is it possible that a language, that Bantu language, could originate outside of the Bantu people?
So what?
Is it possible that the Bantu language originated somewhere outside of where the Bantu people originated?
If we're gonna get into that particular discussion, then we can get into cultural practices that's done around the world that didn't come from them
No,
particular
no, no,
group of
no. You
people.
said the
Hold on, hold
Bantu
on,
came
hold
from
on,
South
hold on.
Africa.
I'm gonna get into your question. Just you ain't gotta cut me off from how I get into it, right? I'm gonna get straight into it, right? Just like how people from America introduced culture and civilization, and then y'all took it, and then y'all run off with it, and then y'all use it for years to come. That's the same thing. It doesn't mean that it originated from them people, right? So yes, Bantu could have started from another group of people and then eventually merged and adopted and then coined by these particular people. Yes, that can happen. Just like you
Could
see,
have.
just like I'm gonna say it's probable because I haven't looked into it, right? I'm gonna just say
I
it
could
could
tell.
have. So I'm gonna say it could have happened, but what I know have happened for a fact is that scientific technology and archaeology and masonry and the science of irrigation, acute science of irrigation, right? That's done in particular regions in Africa is identical to what was done in America. So introducing certain things to certain cultures gives the same auspice of what you're saying. So yes, it's very possible because I've seen it done in historical and in recent times with Americans introducing things to Africa and then they accepting it and coming and and using it. So yeah, which it comes from somewhere else ultimately.
Okay, all right. So let's go there then. Then we can jump back to the Bantu. So you said that there's historical and ancient practices of farming and things of that nature that was similar to America's that's in Africa, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just farming, but more particular, what you can see on a larger scale, is technology, right? Masonry,
Mhm.
and so we'll get to building techniques, and one of the weird things is y'all don't have any blueprints, dialogue, reference papyrus, or data that supports how any of the pyramids was constructed, uh, in Africa, but they look
That,
similar, but
that's fine.
the earlier ones look similar to the ones in America. And not only does that, we have over a conglomerate of large numbers of them. Not only to add on top of that, we also have the exact science of how they was made,
Okay,
right?
they was
In the
made in America
system, in
first.
the
They
system
older in
behind
America. Okay, they older in America. They bigger in America. That's great. That's fine. Y'all got that. Okay, so you saying that they're similar or even the same. So would you say that these people came up with this by themselves, or did they have connection?
No, I would say that these people had nothing to do with it in Africa. That what you see is just something that was left and brought there that is now being adopted and held on by African
Okay,
people.
cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So the Americans brought it to Africa and taught
Yeah,
them. Okay,
yeah.
that's cool. So would you say that they had connection,
With
ancient
Africans,
connection?
no, I didn't say
Yeah.
we taught Africans. We went there, set up shop, did our thing, and then shit happened. S- Shit happened where other
Okay,
people
cool.
took place.
That's awesome. That's great. So y'all went to Africa, set up shop in Africa. So therefore, is that when y'all went there? Did y'all go there in ancient times?
Yeah, we went there in ancient times too. We went to West
So
Africa in ancient times
y'all
too.
y'all went to West Africa
West Africa, North Africa, all that shit in ancient times. Yeah.
in ancient times. So there's a Africa America connection, and you wonder how Africa is over here in the Americas.
Well, no. See, you got it backwards. See, when Africa is not in America. That's what's confusing you is because you're finding Americans in Africa. So that's the real way it's played out. You're flipping it backwards, which is going to give you an illusion. But when you look at that, okay, Americans in Africa, they went over there in modern times in the 1800s. They went over there in historical times, in ancient times. Then that's why you find Americans in motherfucking Africa. This is why certain things lead back to Africa. This is why they say certain people come from these regions of Africa based off of what's going on historical and migrations in certain regions, right? Because certain regions of Africa wasn't even populated. Historians that study Africa migrations will tell you that the people of West Africa wasn't even always in West Africa. So, and these are the things that you have to take into consideration when constructing the true history.
Can you name one of those people that I could look up that say that?
They say what?
That people wasn't always in West Africa. Africans wasn't in West Africa. Can you tell me a name of a person that said that?
Yeah, hold on. Give me just a second. Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure I can go to my
All right, cool. But at any rate, just by the information you said, that still shows a America-Africa connection before Christopher Columbus. And and when I said there's Africa in the Americas, yes, there is, because I'm in the Americas, I'm African. How did Africa, the term African, become so popular in the Americas? And it was before white people that it was popular in the Americas. And you can't say that white people made it popular.
I didn't hear what you said. I was looking up something. My bad, bro.
But yeah, to give all the credit to white people is why we believe we're Africans. That is asinine. Because of whites. Because of whites. So therefore, white people.
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Okay,
You just don't. But hold on, let me give you the name of the one of the guys that referenced that. Carl Zimmer. That's one of them.
Carl Zimmer.
Carl Zimmer, and also Joshua M. Akey. That's Akey of the University of Washington. I'm gonna give you another source just to go along with that. Just a second. Just bear with me.
Joshua Akey.
Yes.
Okay. Two white guys. Okay, we 2 for 2. Okay.
Hold on, I got one more.
All right.
Hold on just a second. Let me get to my PDF sources. Hold on just a second. Give me
Carl Zimmer, Joshua Akey. Okay.
I'll give you the other ones in a minute, man.
Now you know what? That's cool. I mean, just so everybody in the chat can't say that white people taught us we was African when right now white people are teaching Aboriginals, you know what I mean, Aboriginals, that Africans wasn't in West Africa. Okay, being taught by Europeans. Okay, so yeah, so therefore it still shows a connection. When y'all whole premise earlier this year and last year, at the end of last year, even last year, y'all was everything y'all was preaching was a disconnection. How there is no connection. Americans don't have no connection to Africa. But you just said,
well, that's a lie, because last year in the year 2019 as well, I also did a bill called the American Gods, Part 1 and Part 2, and I go into detail about this, and I go into evidence as well. So you might need to do your research.
All right, so let me ask you this. Were the Americans that went to Africa, was they celibate?
I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm pretty sure they was fucking like, I mean, let's be real. But now, was they messing with Africans, or was they messing with the conglomerate of people that was in the area that migrated in with them to a place that was depopulated or highly depopulated or less populated? You see what I'm saying? So the odds of mixing in with somebody else during those particular times is very screwed and very slim to none. So
okay, so would you
no.
say that West Africa was populated by Americans?
No, I ain't gonna say it's exclusively by Americans, like as of recent time, but I'm gonna say that in historical time, it was what you could say pretty much abandoned and depopulated, and peoples of the American continent went there and set up shop and began to build there. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool, 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 cool. So that means that the bloodline got dispensed within West Africa. Now, do those people call themselves Indian or Aboriginal to Americas there today?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Okay. So why is it that they don't hold to their motherland, but over here in Americas, we hug to Africa? Why isn't it the same thing?
Well, it's much like anybody else that gets usurped and engulfed and then assimilated into another culture over time. You can see this shit happen with people coming and inserting themselves into other people's culture in modern time, just within 10 years, just within a decade, maybe even 2 decades, they totally not even practicing their culture and they don't even acknowledge their original homeland. So imagine over the course of 100 years of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not that they're engulfed into someone else's culture. Maybe their culture was so influential on society that everybody else took part in their culture. So maybe people in Africa is simply just practicing that culture. You know, we got to look at it from that way.
Okay. So at any rate, to try to ask about what landmass that are people to get back to that.
See,
What
what
land?
you got to understand is when a continent ain't got shit to offer to us, then they got nothing to offer. And when we have things to offer, this catapults what they call shifting ideas and ideologies, right? And people start to get revered. People start to get put on pedestals. Stories start to get made about these people. People start to get deified. Now mythology is based upon these people. Now whole God systems and religions is founded off of certain things that particular people did. So what I'm telling you is that over time is people probably revered Americans. And what I'm saying is Africa doesn't have anything to offer that we haven't did or did first. So if a group of people was coming somewhere and they haven't done what we did and we the first that did it, then you must say that obviously under migration and under living in close proximity that these people would have adopted our culture, not because they wanted to, because it simply plays a fact in changing and advancing their civil living, which gives them civilization.
Okay. All right. So when we start trying to tie people to landmass, I believe everybody could agree that the only way a land could get its name without people would be through God. God would have to name it and tell the people that this is the name of this land. And
No,
I don't believe
I
that
don't believe in God or nothing like that. So I believe that certain rhythms come with the name, and certain like names come with man come with name, whatever however you want to say it. So yeah, that doesn't mean anything. The point is we're talking about a particular geographical location, and we're talking about particular groups of people that occupy these particular spaces, and within this historical breakdown, we're going to have to talk about migration. And that's just simply what we just talked about to prove. And I can prove to you that that Americans went to Africa historically, but yet no African can prove to me that the Africans came over here historically and advanced civilization, because they could not have advanced civilization if they didn't have the advancements. You can only be advanced to someone that don't have it. If we already did it and got it, then you can't advance us. So, and then on the top of that, you don't have any proof showing anything furthermore.
Okay.
So, it's pretty much stick a fork in you at this point.
We was only 2 steps ahead of the cavemen. We never was advanced. We just learned how to eat food with a fork. It's okay. Y'all got that. Y'all taught us how to eat with a fork. That's great. You know what I mean? So
you said that.
All right. Yes,
Maybe
I
the white
said that.
man
So I'm
taught y'all
agreeing.
that.
So we don't even have to talk about advancement because we wasn't advanced. We was wearing leaves over our nuts. Okay, so we got that. So we can get past that. Let's stay on migration. So we do agree that when it comes to land, that God didn't come here and name the land, that man named the land. And if man named the land, that means that the name of the land wasn't in total, and that man was walking back in the day before they even domesticated animals and was riding animals. They was walking. And there's no way that they could just see all the land and walk everywhere and call all of it the same thing. And they had different languages. There was different languages in Africa. I don't believe the original name of Africa was Africa. I don't care. And it wasn't Al-Cubalon. And all of Africa have never been called Al-Cubalon. All of Africa only named that all.
I don't care about all that. That's like the whole separate argument. My point
No,
is,
no, no. I'm laying a foundation.
go
I'm
ahead,
laying a
brother.
foundation.
And the link
So
is in
all,
the chat, y'all, for anybody else that want to come on and bang it out. And I don't want to hog the panel up. We got Nova on the panel as well. So peace to everybody in the chat. But go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you finish.
but all of Africa, the only name that the continent of Africa ever had was singular name was Africa. Now they say Ka came from the Europeans, but Afri came from a tribe that was in northern Africa. We could all agree on that right there. Bam. So now that we know Africa started
We
in
can't agree. I
north,
don't agree though. So
okay, what do you think the term Africa, the name Africa came from?
well, I'm gonna say what the experts say. They said they have no idea where it come from. The
Oh,
experts
you an
said
intelligent man.
the experts said they have no clue, but yet you're inserting that they do. You're pseudo.
Okay. So, all right. So, from I was going for off of information, and didn't a lot of people say Scipio Publius Cornelius when that wasn't his name? His name was that was given to him. So by the time the Punic Wars happened, the term Africa was there because if you all through the research, it say they attacked Africa.
Can you
So
give me the source? Can you give me the source that documents that that guy got his name from the continent, please?
in his birth name is Publius Cornelius, Scipio Publius Cornelius. That's his birth name. Anywhere you look up his birth name, that's his birth name. I believe he was named after his father. So yes, go look that up. And now when you start talking about Romans, the Romans, that's Africanus is an ognomen. Ognomen. Go look up ognomen. Ognomen is the source to tell you where the most famous ognomen is Africanus. And there's other ognomens that's reference to land
Just
as well.
because he's the most famous don't mean he was the first. So,
No, I didn't say I didn't say he was the most famous. I said the most famous ognomen. Africanus is an ognomen. That is the most famous ognomen known.
just
Okay.
because it's the most famous don't mean it's the original or the oldest.
Okay. I don't go off of old. The reason why I don't go off of old because if right
Well,
now
you
if
got old deals with first. So if we're gonna deal with first and we're gonna deal with who had what and who got what from what, we need to see who was using and who was applying it first. So that's why you probably have a hard time having understanding of history because you don't apply who did what first. You know what
okay,
I'm
so
saying?
that means Alaska is really Russia then, because Russia had it first. It's not America.
Oh, well,
If we go doing that, and matter of fact, I don't. If I say Russia, why you didn't correct me and say it's really Soviet Union? You feel what I'm saying? Do you see this rabbit hole motherfuckers like to go down? It don't matter. What matters is the military that dominates today.
Nah, but we're not talking about today though. We're talking about historically, bro. So you got to use historical context. So that's why you're lost, bro. You just don't have an understanding, dude. Just say you don't have no understanding of how to reconstruct or articulate historical
All
reconstruction.
right, so let's use historical. Historical, Aboriginal wasn't being used, and so you can't use the term Aboriginal. But I could go farther back and find the term African being used, so I can use.
I don't use the term Aboriginal. I use that term now. But
okay,
if you want to go historically, we could call ourselves Americans.
All right.
Before we was ever identified as Aboriginals, we was called Americans. Okay.
And before that, America got its name. The first place called America was in Brazil. It was South America.
The first place called Amera was in America, G. And you got a lot of places called Amera. You got the Amaru. You got the Amerindian Empire. You got a lot of fucking places that's really Amera. The Ka came later.
Okay. All right, the cut came later. All right, God.
I
So it's
mean,
a
just
mirror
another
land
derivative. Just another derivative of.
because cuz land. Okay, got you. So here we are. We got Africans that's over here, and understand that Africans, all multiple different tribes, had different languages and different cultures that met up here. And historical fact of that is when you go to Haiti
Who met
and you
up
start,
here? What cultures met up here with all these languages, bro?
if you go to Haiti and you start to research the Haitian and the voodoo in particular, they call voodoo
It was already there. Before it was voodoo was even coined as a word, them practices was already there. Them practices was already there. It did not come from Africa. Kill that argument. That shit booty as hell. Get out of there. You're done.
it was already there.
It's already there, G.
Oh man, okay. Well, voodoo is considered a gumbo religion of multiple African spiritualities. And if it was already there, that lets you know that Africans were already there.
Nah, because it ain't come from Africa, G.
Okay.
The only thing came from Africa is the word voodoo. But the practices of what you call voodoo was already there before voodoo exists. So how can you say it come from Africa, G? Like,
So
you
when
know
we
what I mean?
start
Because first of all, if you want to say it's come from Africa, you're gonna have to prove Africans was over here. You're gonna have to prove Africans was over here.
Okay. So are you saying that Ogun and Oshun originated in Haiti?
Yes.
Okay, Shango and all those. So what language is Shango, Ogun, Oshun? What language is that
It
in?
wasn't just in Haiti. It was in North America. It was in the Louisiana area. It was in some of the Georgia regions. It was in some of the Mississippi area. You understand me?
Okay, well, why is it that everybody that practice these this spirituality today consider themselves of African descent?
Through indoctrination.
White people, huh? Okay, I got you.
Indoctrination, G.
Well, they got Christians that consider themselves only American, but not of African. They just American. That wasn't they indoctrinated as well?
Hey, everybody's indoctrinated, fool. You know this.
So when we start looking up and start talking about this bloodline, so we know that the bloodline.
Well, yeah, the bloodline that tracked you to Africa. What bloodline
Okay.
was that again? I
So
never
when
got
we
that from you.
Okay, so when we start talking about this bloodline, one is proof about migration, because
Hey,
we do believe.
Notice he never answered any of my questions about
I went back to bloodline.
about what bloodline he come from in Africa. That was
I'm
my original
explaining it
first
to you.
question. He avoided it, and he still
I'm
avoids it to right
explaining
now.
it to you. I'm explaining it to you. How that is basically something that you can't do, and I'm
That's false.
explaining it.
That's false.
Okay, so all right. So let me ask you then.
How come Europeans can track themselves all the way back to what nation they came from before the
Do you
1700s?
know why it's easier for Europeans to trace their bloodlines?
Let me guess. They was in control of everything, right?
No, because they was heavy on incest.
Yeah, they was. And they
So
was not in control. And speaking of incest, I got a video I want to show about some incest motherfuckers in the city.
Okay, so
They
yeah,
down there
so
by you.
now, so when we start talking about Africans, the Europeans, before they even came to the Americas, they was in Africa. They came to Africa. The Portuguese was doing business with the Benin Empire, not Benin, the country Benin today, because that's not what the original Benin Empire was. The original Benin Empire was in what's considered today Nigeria. So we're talking about the original Benin Empire. The Portuguese was doing business with them, right? So when we still in West Africa, we know that there's a migration of people. We know that the bloodline, so if Africans are migrating, the Africans are breeding in with other Africans up in the diaspora. That means that this bloodline is spreading throughout the diaspora. Spreading throughout Africa. We got the Trans-Saharan slave trade, where Africans, mostly males, got pulled up north, and most of females got pulled to the west through the transatlantic slave trade. And if you want, we could go in on that. So when we start looking at the transatlantic slave trade and the breeding plantations and the multiple breeding of different African bloodlines, how can you truly say that we gonna find a bloodline? Now, in my personal life, my mother and father, my mother go back to northern Louisiana. My mother, she was born in northern Louisiana.
I
My
mean, I'm
father,
cool. Listen, you can save us from the, from tracking mother, mama, daddy,
no,
daddy.
I'm just going to my
What I'm saying is
grandparents.
which one came from Africa, G. That's all I need to know. Which one of
All
your
right.
great? Because this the one you should know off the rip. Like, oh, this is my granddaddy Philip Johnson. He came from this place. The nigga spoke this language. He worked hard. Which one of these niggas came from Africa, G?
All of them.
Nigga. y'all,
All
see,
of them.
y'all see where he at?
All
Y'all,
of the bloodline
he's cooked.
comes from Africa.
He's cooked. Yo, we got Sister Betty
So
on here. Sister Betty, what's going on, Sister Betty? Hey, tell Dane his ass suck. But yeah, go ahead.
and Dane Calloway put you on the map.
Boy, he put
So
your ass on the map. I put his ass on the map.
I notice when I'm making these points that you wanna run.
You ain't making no points, man.
Hey, so let me ask you, what land am I originally from?
America.
Oh, damn, that's crazy how we could just say America and we ain't put no state to it.
Nigga, you from America. I don't give a fuck what state you want to say, nigga.
Oh, so but when it's Africa, I gotta tell you a particular city, you know what I mean, in a particular tribe. But when it's America, all I have to do is say the continent.
Nah,
Do you see how ass backwards that is?
You from North America. Now,
No,
you can just
damn.
tell me. You can tell me what
Well,
part of
fuck it.
Africa you from. You
We
from
from West Africa, West and North Africa, really, West and North.
So which one of your people from North and which one of your people from West?
Half is from the West, half is from North.
Which half? Mama half or daddy half?
No, it's intermixed because you can't just choose mama and daddy half. I was trying to explain that to you, but you don't listen long enough.
Oh, so you don't know what half, nigga? Yeah, your ass lost, nigga. You was a African, nigga. Want to be African, a nigga that want to go to Africa so bad that ain't never been. And that's what you is. That's the real definition of a African, a nigga who love Africa so much they willing to die for it and take off and leave, but ain't gonna go nowhere, nigga. That's what a African is.
Can I drop
Okay,
some share screens, Ab?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, drop some shit on this little stuff.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 share screens. So here we go. I'm gonna start here. And then I'm gonna get off your show. Can you read that, young man?
This your information. Read it.
American. A native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. Okay. Aboriginal.
So you was called American before Aboriginal, nigga.
Aboriginal. It just said it was applied. It said or Aboriginals. Original, primitive, Aboriginal people are the first inhabitants of a country. Aboriginal tribes of America. An original or primitive inhabitant. The first settlers in the country are called Aboriginals, as the Celts in Europe and Indians in America. All right, here we go. This is in the Library of Congress. This is the link to it. That being
So those
said,
people are Aboriginals?
I'm about to read it for you, bro.
Okay.
That being said, the only way you can claim indigenous status to North American landmass is if your blood lineage is that of Negro. Therefore, the Negro is full-blooded, Aboriginal, Indian of the North American landmass. Below, you will be introduced to a series of photos taken from the United States government's National Archives of mixed breed Indians, Negro and white, mixed breed Indians, Negro and white, mixed breed Indians, Negro, and white. Okay, who the full blood? Not the white, because they came here, correct? Am I correct, or is that false?
Everybody came here.
Excuse me. Who would be the full blood in this manner? Somebody had to be an Indian in order for this child to become a mixed breed Indian. And they're stating that a mixed breed Indian is Negro and white. So,
Okay, so can I ask you a question then?
I'm not
So
finished.
the Negro and white. So the Negro is the Aboriginal, the one that been here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and the white is the ones that came here. So y'all was
Correct.
mixing with them and y'all didn't war with them. Okay, but go ahead. I'm just
But
making sure
it's a fact, though. But it's a fact. Who
that
the
y'all was
real
fucking,
full
not
blood?
fighting. I got you.
It's a fact who the full blood Indian is. It's a fact that only a Negro can make you indigenous to this landmass. Not a white person. Two white people together are not Aboriginals. But when you touch that Negro, you become Aboriginal. They
Okay.
named the light-skinned one Indian and the brown one remained as Negro. But that's where you get. That's how you become an Indian on North
So
American.
is that how the Indians got the smooth, silky hair?
That's mixed breed.
Okay, cool. I'm just checking.
Now, if you click this link, it will take you to the Library of Congress, right to these photos and this very saying that's in here. And this is in North Carolina. Cherokee Indian, Negro, and white. So if you're part Cherokee Indian, you're the Negro. The Negro is the Cherokee. So part is the white part. This right here, you already know about Walter Plecker, mixed blood Negroes. Virginia Indians were in fact mixed blood Negroes. Okay, Virginia Indians were in fact mixed blood Negroes. Again, mixed blood Negro is when you are mixed with white people. Mixed blood.
Now, is Negro an indigenous tribe?
Negro is a name that this country placed on us rather than calling us who we are. Yeah.
What people of the country? How did the country? You mean people? So what people or what tribe placed it on
came over here? The Europeans applied.
Okay, I just want to make sure because some people don't believe that.
The Europeans applied the brown Indian as Negro and the light one Indian.
Okay.
He
I'm
pressured.
just making sure because I get conflicting information from certain people.
But you see, this is in the Library of Congress, and this is also case law. So there's no mix. You can't get mixed. I mean, it is what it is. And Plecker, Walter Plecker, he influenced all the states across the Americas to reclassify Indians as colored. And that's why so many of our people.
And sometimes he did it illegally. Because he was a register for the state as well. He was a register.
Right, because he can't make no federal law. So it got overturned in 1967.
Okay, can I ask you a question then, since you seem to answer things truthfully? At what point were they able?
Hold up. I learned this from them. So it's not that I don't answer.
Yeah, she learned this from the guys, nigga. From
Okay,
you heard it right here. Yeah.
All right, but at what point did they gain control?
Did
the
who
whites
gain
that
control?
came over, the whites that came
I'm
over
going to take you there. I'm going to give you a few minutes.
Cool.
Give me a few minutes. I just want to clear this up and so that you know it's clear what this dude did. He persuaded other state agencies in other states to classify Indians as colored. Because
and it took y'all to 2019 to start fighting it. I got you. Okay, cool.
All right, now it was overturned by the federal government. You can't name Indians colored. So all that shit was supposed to be off anybody's birth certificate.
Okay, so y'all let the birth certificate identify y'all. I got you.
It was overturned in 1967. So this process lasted from 1924 to 1967 when it got overturned.
What was the first Aboriginal tribe with the birth certificate? I mean, that's y'all creation
I
or
have
white
to
people
say
creation?
Cherokee. I have to say Cherokee was one of the first because Cherokee had an agreement with the state of South Carolina to handle all their birth and death certificates. So I don't know how true that could be, but I do know that for Cherokee.
Okay, so did the Aboriginals come up with the birth certificate or the whites?
Aboriginal was never put on a birth certificate. A birth certificate didn't come into effect in the United States until 1908.
Okay, okay. I know my question was it the Wabos or no, the Aboriginals that said we have a birth certificate? White people, y'all should use this. Or was it white people who said, no, we're going to put you on a birth certificate? We started it. Who started the birth certificate classification or documentation thing?
Right here, the white people.
Okay, cool. You know what? I believe that as well. I don't even need to read no documents to know that the white people came up with it. I know that the people that was original to this land right here did not have a written system, and English was not their language. And then I don't speak an African language because I'm not in
Speak
Africa.
African either. We're not Africans.
I'm not.
I'm about to
I
show
don't.
that to you too.
I got you. I
about
don't
to
speak
show
an
that to
African
you, too,
language. I don't
because
speak.
we were making some decisions, and I'm getting ready to go there. Now,
I got you. You're
this
making
is
some
Charleston.
decisions,
We
but
made
you're
a lot
still
of decisions.
dominated.
No. We made a lot of decisions. This
Oh, a lot.
is
Okay.
the newspaper from Charleston, South Carolina. Okay, the daily newspaper. This is the General Assembly in November 27, 1872. Okay, these are all the senators and representatives, and they're distinguished by colored and white. So I highlighted this, but it's predominantly colored. They took copper off, but they wanted to make the distinguishment of who is who. Not African, nothing to do with African. It says colored. Don't
So
you
y'all
think
could
in
be identified as a
don't you
color, but we can't.
hold up. Don't you think in 1872, okay, that's 121 minus 149 years ago. Don't you think that if these senators, copper colored, like the American Dictionary said, the copper colored races, don't you think at that time they would have listed them as African? If they were indeed African, they were the copper colored Indians. And these are
Can you show me?
senators in
Can you show me what they was doing with the
1872.
Native Americans? Would they
Excuse me?
identify them as
Wait a minute,
Siberians?
hold up. There were no little mongoloid, little short, slanted-eyed people running around in South Carolina running shit. These
Or
are
in
copper
Tennessee.
colored.
So
Or
were
in
they
Louisiana.
or in
They were
Virginia,
not running
or in
around.
Mississippi, or in Alabama.
They are
So they was
created-
nowhere to be found in the
They
1800s?
are a created group by the U.S. government who put them in the 5 federally recognized tribes to keep us from going back there and assemble. And
Okay.
I'll get to there. They put them out. They put them in the trap because once we assimilated in the United States, we left our tribal rules. We left those tribes as a people and assimilated into the corporation. So what the United States did was created an Indian, a fake one, and put them there. They're the same people. The same people.
So the white people and the Native American are the same?
One and the same.
Okay, so the white
They
people are
put
really
them
from
there,
Siberia?
So they put them there to keep us from going back there and reestablish our tribes. So now we're reestablishing our own because we don't need to be in there. But I'm about to go there too. Now, the name.
So why your
the
great grandparents
name
didn't
you're
establish their
talking
own?
about? The name you're talking about, African Americans, that shit didn't come about until 1988 with Jesse Jackson's poppy eye ass, and it's right here.
Well, we don't embrace African Americans.
A group of black leaders, including the Reverend Jesse Jackson, says members of their race would prefer to be called African Americans rather than blacks. That's some
That's true.
bullshit.
That's true.
He's not representing us.
That's
So
true.
this African
No,
American
he's not
shit
representing y'all.
that y'all
But
running
that was
around
true. We would
saying
rather
that
be
y'all
called
are,
African.
the shit that y'all running around saying, y'all picking up from where this dude started it.
But at any
1988.
rate, Jesse Jackson was around before in pushing line, an African line, before the Wabos. So we still beat y'all. We crossed the
No,
finish line first.
1988 is when it was brought about. It's right here.
That's
1988.
great. That's great. But it was
So you're
2015
calling
when y'all
yourself,
first started saying something.
but still
I'm
you're
not an
calling
African
yourself,
American.
you're calling
I'm not an
yourself,
African American.
you're not even an African, dude.
I'm an African.
You're not. You're not even
Yes,
an
I am.
African, but
I'm an African.
you have a right to be who you want to be, even though that's not who you are. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you who you are. You found ancestors over in Africa. That's where you should be seeking your 40 acres and a mule, because you're not going to get it here, bro. Because you know why? Chiefs like me is going to fight your ass, because if they're going to give somebody 40 acres and a mule, they're going to give it to me in my original status. I'm not saying I'm African American to get no fucking 40 acres and a mule reparations.
Well, hell,
You're going to give it to me.
y'all better get
for
ready
who
to
I
fight.
am. Oh, you're
'Cause
going to lose.
we own.
You're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Man, y'all couldn't even win a
You're not
war
gonna
against the
lose.
Native
Hey, excuse,
Americans.
hold on. I just
You're
want to say,
going to
hey,
lose.
peace to the
You're
brother
going to
Abel
lose.
Power. Shalom to everybody. I just want to ask the sister, because when it comes to the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, we see that it was designed, and its purpose was to keep the pure blood of the Caucasian intact. And what we see in the Racial Integrity Act is that if you had any admixture with Negroes, you were not considered pure blood. Now, what's important about it is they made an amendment to it. It's called the Pocahontas Amendment. Are you familiar with that?
I sure am.
Okay, so in what I surmise from that, it's basically null and voids whatever you brothers and sisters are saying that the Racial Integrity Act did, because the Pocahontas Act is, if a Caucasian has Indian blood in them, they can pass as white. I think it's 1/16. But if you just have nigger breath on you, you are Negro. So that distinction, whereas a Caucasian can have Indian blood in him, differentiating himself from the Indian, which would make him still white, but if he has an admixture of any Negro blood, again showing two differentiations where you have Negro and white, whereas the former you had white and Indian, but if you had any Negro in you, you were not white at all. So how can you brothers and sisters use that as an argument when it's showing three different classes? It's showing Negro, white, and Indian or Native.
Because it's a political law that can be fought and won. You can't change the Aboriginals' identity and race. It's just that we haven't went back to the federal government to fight it. But we can and we will win. They already overturned it. No one's challenged it.
Okay.
Why do you have to go
hold
to
on,
white
my brother.
people
Hold on,
to
my brother,
fight?
because that's a very interesting answer.
Because
That's a
we're
very
citizens.
interesting
Because
answer.
we're citizens, and you can't do that to the
That's
Aboriginals.
a very interesting answer. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, brother Abel. Because it's nice that it's right on time for the sister Copper Empress coming in too, because she gave this same type of answer. And let me just show. It's very interesting. So I asked you about the Racial Integrity Act, right? And I just want to show you some things, right? And I'm not even going to go there, but what you just basically said is something I really don't understand. Like, you know, I'm not even going to go there, but I just need you to break that down a little bit more specific. Like, I'm asking, how can, and any one of you can answer this, how can you use the Racial Integrity Act, which was not a federal law, but a state law? So how can you use that to show that all Negroes were classified as Indians, or all Indians were classified as Negroes, when in fact you have mentions of Negroes, whites, and Indians in that same document.
There was
How
only two
can
type
you?
of people here, honey. Two type of people here, and there was the pale skins and the Negro. There was only two people here, and that was all on them since. And when they was adopted, there was only two type of people here. So what are you talking about?
That's actually not true, my sister. When you
No,
say
that
only
there
two
was
types,
only
That's
two
true.
classifications at that time.
It was.
Only two classifications.
can I get some clarification? When you say the pale skin, who is the pale skin?
White
The
people.
Europeans, I don't call them white folk, because there's no such thing as a term of a white person or a black person.
Okay.
Hello?
So
So that means
you're
there's no
saying it
such
was
thing
only
as a copper color
Europeans
person
and
either.
black people, and I would say the
Melanated people, whatever you want to call them.
right. Well, I would have to say the information says you're wrong on that, my sister.
Where's your
The
proof?
first people that came in contact was us. They didn't encounter those plain Indians
All right,
till
so I
hundreds
guess
of
I
years
will
later.
do.
Hundreds of years later, sir. They came
I didn't
in.
want to take up too much time, but I'll share my screen right quick, Abo, and I'll just show it right quick since he asked for a source.
And
So
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna show,
share mine right after you.
and I'm gonna show you, brothers and sisters, why I say that it was more than just white people and black people, as the sister Copper Empress say. So we're gonna go to the oldest. We're gonna go to the oldest civilization in the Americas, which would be Peru, right? The Norte culture, I think it's called, if I'm not mistaken. And when we see
It would be the mound builder, sir.
And when we see the sources that speaking on their complexion and their character, it definitely speaks against what you're saying. Now, those what we would call melanin people, because they were definitely melanin people in the Americas, but they were also white people. I mean, well, not white people, but white native Aboriginal people in the Americas as well. I
You
got
done lost your mind. So where's the proof? Where's the proof?
okay. This is in Haiti.
Oh man, I'm done.
So, in the Journal of Christopher Columbus, during his first voyage, it says this. It says, all here have a loving manner and gentle speech, unlike the others who seem to be menacing when they speak. Both men and women are of good stature and not black. So we have that.
Black meaning a class, a status, not
Okay.
as in skin color. But go ahead, and that's Haiti. We talk about North America, where we are.
Okay, so
Aboriginals to this landmass.
this
Haiti,
would be a good time
we
for
talk
me
about
to
North American landmass.
this would be a good time for me to stop and ask you for the evidence where it says that black, when it was talking about the character or the description of the people, meant a class.
Okay, here we go right here. I'm gonna share this with you again because obviously you didn't read it.
You got to screen share your screen, Sister Beth.
Yeah, I'm doing it again. All right, again.
Make sure y'all hit that like button out there, man. We got almost, I
This
think we got a
tells
little
it
bit over
all.
200 in the chat. Hit that like button. We got 223 in the chat. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Support the channel, y'all. Let's go.
American. Originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. So we had copper-colored races that was already here, and then they came, Europeans. So how much more do you need to know that there was only two races of people here? Copper-colored races, Europeans. They were here first, then the white people came. What else do you need to know to believe that? In
So,
America, I'm not talking about Haiti. You can't think stupid. Seriously.
Okay,
Copper-colored
but what the
races,
brother's saying
Europeans.
is, if you go to Peru, the people in Peru, we could pretty much obviously tell that there's Afro-Peruvians, but there's other type of Peruvians. So did the white people bring the other people there too?
They came and invaded and took over. The Spaniards. Come on, man.
No,
Are
I
you
mean there's
serious?
whites. There's
Europeans.
actual. I understand
Europeans
there's
came over there and slept with the copper colored people that were there. Same shit here, same shit there, same shit
But
in
no,
South
these
America.
people are Asian. They're Asian.
No.
They have Asian
So,
descent. You can look at their phenotype and tell they have Asian descent.
So
In Peru.
what I would say, my
so
brother, what I would say, those people that you and I are talking about, or the people that I'm talking about specifically in places like Haiti and Peru, those are ancient Khoisan people that been here for thousands of years. And I say that because not only when you look at the physiognomy,
they wasn't here before us.
So are you looking at color, sir?
so when
They
you
was
look at
not here
the
before us.
Khoisan people,
They were not here before us.
and who is us?
Americans.
Are you looking at color, sir?
Americans, sir.
I'm looking at color, culture, migration patterns,
The Asians
oral
came
history.
and they
That's
tried
why
to
I
come
was
to South
asking the
Carolina,
sister.
and we whooped their ass and pushed them out.
Right.
Okay.
Have you been to
Right.
any of these
After.
places that you're calling these people African? Because
Okay, no, let's
Haitians
not.
don't call themselves Africans. Okay. That's the same
Oh.
way the indoctrination took place on American in North America. It took place in the surrounding islands too. So what are you
All right.
talking about?
Can we do this? Can we just do a
You
compare
can't
and
do nothing.
contrast?
I just want y'all niggas to take y'all asses back over there on y'all own fucking channel and keep teaching this dumb
Okay.
shit to people
got you.
that don't know no damn about.
Let's
That's
stop
what I
talking
want y'all
about
to do.
We're not
African.
Africans, and we're not.
Okay, we're
I'm
not
buying
African.
that
We're not
shit.
African. That's great. So let's talk about the Native American versus the
We're not
Wabo,
native, so
right?
we don't have to talk
Yeah,
about
I
the native.
know. I'm talking about
We're
the Negro.
Aboriginals. We're
I understand.
Aboriginals. United States, another political decision made. United
So,
Okay.
States
sister, you keep
created
speaking
that.
of politics, but I asked you, can you
And I
show
wanted
me
to
a
talk
source
politics.
where it's designating black as a social and political class system?
I'm really trying to keep my
That
dreams.
exists in
Encyclopedia.
some areas
Okay.
and in
Primary
certain
source.
contexts, but
Primary source.
you didn't show me.
Primary
I just
source.
want to
Okay.
finish. I just want to finish.
Primary
You
source
show
and
me a
Black's Law.
definition
Primary
with
source.
your
Black's Law
interpretation in it.
Dictionary.
But go
Primary
ahead.
source. Black's Law Dictionary. Encyclopedia.
Okay.
Library of Congress. Go look it up.
Okay, big
That's
look.
a
Okay.
class.
So there's a lawsuit for the Black Hills, and it's 1.3 billion. How did the white folks give it to the Siberian and not the Negro? Why? How? At what point in time do y'all have any information?
Because they know
on at
that's
what
their lineage. Don't be a fool. They know who the hell they giving this shit to.
So I'm just
They
saying,
know
do
those
you
are their
got?
offsprings.
No, I understand. I'm asking, do you have any information on this 1.3 billion that's supposed to be originally given
Why
to
do you
y'all?
think they start reclassifying us?
No, I understand that. But what I'm asking is,
Yeah.
do y'all have any information that y'all was the first ones to file this lawsuit for 1.3 billion, but they switched it around, reclassified, and gave it to the Native Americans? Do you have any information on that?
Dude, what part don't you understand that we were hijacked on all four corners? It's the same people getting back the same money.
Well, sister, we're just asking for some
can't
type
see
of
it.
stable information where we can have some type of foundation that we start on. Because
Now,
if we
your
don't,
foundation's in
if we
Africa.
don't
So
have
what do you
any
worry about? Why are you
information,
worried about the American Negro? Because you're not American. You're not American Negro. Negroes, y'all African.
Hold on. Y'all say it's the same people getting the same money, but the Native
Those are
American
Eurasians,
tribes.
sir. Siberians.
Okay,
Part
the
of the
Siberians.
Russians.
Okay.
Those are the pale skins.
All
Those
right,
are
the
their
pale skins.
relatives.
I understand that. That's why I said the Native Americans. The Siberians, Native Americans, fine. Why are they refusing the money if they supposed to get the money? Why are they refusing it?
The whole plan.
All this shit is hijacked. They playing games, mind games.
whole
Y'all
plan
niggas is part of the
was to keep
motherfucking
it from
problem. You're part of the fucking problem. You're not part of the solution. You're part of the fucking problem.
Okay.
They're one
Do
and
you
the
have
same.
any group? Do y'all
And
have
you're
any
not
group
getting
that's
nothing. You are
no.
not. I will get a lawsuit before you will. You
No,
won't
I
even
don't want a
get one.
lawsuit, sister. I'm asking why y'all don't have a group of people that's saying y'all the
Y'all
originals.
better know
that-
what nation
We
we
have a
in.
tribe
Keep on
and we
playing this
have other
game.
YouTube channels that's claiming to be who they are.
No,
We've
no.
done
I
our
understand that.
declaration.
I'm talking about in law. Why
We
y'all
are
not filing a
in
lawsuit?
law. In law, excuse me. In
Can
law,
you show it to me? Can you
we
show it,
are.
please?
Yes, I sure can. We are copper-colored North American Indian nation.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a specific 1.3 billion.
You
I'm
have
talking
to
about
be
this.
a nation. The nations that was already here. Once we go back into our nation, we can all to come together. We can all come together and file a lawsuit. But everybody is not willing to do their genealogy because they've been comfortable in this fucking system for so fucking long, like you niggas.
And they got
like you
so-
niggas.
you
You're
running
comfortable with
around
the
I
lie. You're comfortable with the motherfucking indoctrination.
No, look,
You're comfortable with the bootleg
you-
bullshit that y'all been
Don't
taught.
don't even worry about me. Let's only talk about
Nah,
y'all.
I'm worried about you because you misleading the motherfucking people.
Not
So
worried
Okay,
about
look.
you. You're not
Okay,
gonna
cool.
last long. You'll be
$5 ass Africans. Y'all
So-
getting on my motherfucking last
So
nerve
look,
with this
us
bullshit every
$5
day.
Africans, we have actual groups, whole groups. I never seen a picture with y'all
Nigga,
in
y'all
it,
ain't even
20
in
deep.
Africa. You're not even in Africa. Y'all
I
ain't
don't-
on
you
American
right.
soil. So quit
You
that
right.
bullshit. I literally
Look,
heard Africans wear y'all dumb asses out.
You know what? I don't care
Hey,
how
look,
many fucking
look,
groups
we
you
not in
got.
Africa,
You're not
but we
gonna
got
win
groups
shit.
here that
And
we
they're
got
not even
pictures
part of
larger
this
than
shit. They
20
said that
people.
bullshit is only in America.
don't care how many
Pan-African is in America. They
that's
said
good
probably
that you
about
got a whole
500
bunch of
people will
Because it's
consider to
easier
be
to
a
get rid of
fucking
y'all asses.
African.
You can have
Okay,
as many
sister, can
fucking
y'all
groups
show
as
me?
you
Look,
want.
can you do
You're
this? Pull it
not
up on,
gonna
share your
win
screen.
a fucking thing.
I did my
Okay.
genealogy. I'm in a nation. I ain't got
Oh,
to share
that's
shit
fine.
with you.
That's
nigga.
fine. Can y'all share a screen that show 20 Aboriginals that's claiming Aboriginal on a paper? I mean, on a picture.
No,
To
you
right
claim
now,
your
a
nation.
recent
Ain't no
picture.
motherfucking
A
Aboriginal just mean
recent
from the
picture.
first. But it
Can y'all show
also
me a
ties
recent
into your
picture?
nation. What
I'll
nation
show
you
it to
come
you.
from. What nation you come from.
Aboriginals.
And it's got to
Okay,
be an
let me go
original
find it.
nation that was already here.
It don't have to be original. Y'all can have a
Yeah,
made up
yeah,
nation.
you do. Because you're
Look,
resurrecting the bloodline. So don't
I
come with that
feel that
bullshit.
is awesome. I'm just asking, can you show me a picture of your people on a picture more than 20 deep today?
Oh, how
A
about,
I can
recent
show
picture.
you
how
that
about
because
I
I'm in a
show
nation,
you?
nigga. I
How about
already
I
told you
show
I'm in
you?
a nation.
How about I show you a group of 40 at the White
Okay,
House?
cool. I would like to
Sorry.
see that. So
You
now
want to see
I have
that?
a place
Okay.
to start
Hold on
because
one
I haven't
second.
seen that. The most I've ever seen
go
y'all in one
get it.
place is right here on the internet.
Let me go and get it.
Are you serious? I
I'm
can show you my
serious.
whole motherfucking family, nigga. We
Is
know who
my
the fuck
screen
we are.
sharing? Can y'all see
We,
this?
we know who the fuck we are. I'm
Hey,
on my
at
phone.
least you know that I'm a nigga and you're not a nigga because they didn't call
That
y'all niggas.
hard.
They
Can
called us
y'all
That
African
see
niggas.
hard.
that right there?
I'm glad you know.
No,
No, we
Share
can't
my
see it, bro.
screen right quick, Big AB.
I got you.
AP.
Hold on,
Yeah,
let's
thank
see.
Y'all come over here with this same old dumbing down ass bullshit and thinking y'all correct because a bunch of niggas been hijacked from Marcus Garvey on down. Fucking
I
sellout
got
ass
you.
niggas.
I
I'm sick
got
of
you.
y'all.
Now
Damn,
again, it
that's
seems like
crazy.
I gotta repeat myself, not because of what the sister Copper Color Empress said, but just I always like to put this out there. I'm not saying that Africans were not here, but I'm always against brothers and sisters saying that there was no African slave trade, no Ma'afa. So that's what
Nigga,
I
that
be
was a
shooting
slave
down.
trade.
That's right, brother.
And that was those white Africans who came up out of, because the only part was considered to be Africa was up north, the
So
northern
my
part.
screen is
It
showing
wasn't
color.
the whole continent. You got people calling themselves African, and it wasn't the whole continent. It was only in the northern part.
So
So,
on my
so
screen,
how is it
it's
that you know that
sharing.
about Africa, but you don't
It's
know that about
showing copper
America?
colored people.
I
Are
know my
y'all?
Okay, I
bloodline.
got the
That's the
20
difference
I'm
people.
between
asking.
me and you. I
I
know
just
my
want to ask.
bloodline. I
I just
did
want
my
to ask real
genealogy,
quick.
so I don't have to. If I know
These
anything about
20
Africa, I knew
people.
who my
No,
third
I'm
great
You want
talking
me
grandmama
to
about the
show
was.
you?
word America. The word America. Where did it start? Where's the original American tribe that created this American empire and named both continents
There's
north
a
and
plenty
south?
of empires here, not just one.
No, where was the original American empire that was called American that spread the name?
It didn't come from no motherfucking pale skin. No, what's his
No,
name?
you're right. You're right. It came from the
Amerigo
Aboriginals.
Vespucci. How about that?
I know it didn't come from them because y'all did it. Y'all created it. It probably was your great grandfather. Where was this tribe original? Where's the
Who
original
named
American
Africa?
tribe?
Who named that continent Africa?
I'm not. No, I'm on your land. So you know more about your
nigga,
land.
but you're on
I
my
never been to
land,
Africa.
but you
I'm
teaching
retarded.
Africa. So
I
we
think
want to
I'm
know
somewhere I never
who
been. I'm
told you
retarded.
that that
You're
was
smart.
Africa? Because you're
You're
not
smart.
African. I mean, you're
But
not
you're smart.
American. So
You're
we
right.
like to
I'm
know
not
where
American.
you get the term
I'm not
African
American.
from.
I'm not African. I'm retarded. But you,
Shit, hell,
you're
you said it.
intelligent.
You said
You're
it. I
very
didn't say
fucking African intelligence.
Ab, can
You
I get to
said
share
United
So
States.
I just want to ask for you continue. Are we
You
these
said a
people?
group of
These
20.
these
So
are the copper
I'm
colored
giving you a
people
group of 40.
that
So
they mentioned.
can
No,
I
they're
have
not.
a share
So
screen,
No, they're
Ab?
not.
No, they're not.
No, they're
when we
not.
make references
No, they're
to
not.
copper
No,
color,
they're not. Them
these
people,
are the
them people
people they're
came in the
referring
eight.
to.
Them people
These are
came in
actual
the
pictures.
I know, and they actually came in the 1800s when pictures was available. That's
God
when the
take
people
your
came.
picture. But ain't none of their asses in none of the wars and shit. None of
How
them.
is
None of
it?
the wars.
How is it that those people look similar to the people in South America? They also came in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Like the
Mhm.
Mexicans
Well,
came in the 1800s.
They've been bringing people to these other
came
lands
before
forever.
they came before the 1800s. Some of them in South America did, but in North America, they didn't make it up to these regions till like the late 1700s.
AP, listen to me. The very first descriptions of the inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere were described as being white.
That's not true.
That's true. Let me show
Well,
this. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. You don't got to even much shot.
Can I get the share screen? He wanted me to show the group of 20 saying that they're Aboriginals.
Yeah, I show for you. I gotta get ready to wrap this up in a second. I gotta make a couple runs. Hey, this is dope though. I banged it out a little longer than what I was gonna do, but hey, this is dope. Appreciate y'all coming through. So hey, whenever y'all ready, man, y'all need to go and set up the smoke. Y'all need to go and set up the smoke instead of all this lollygag and go and get in the ring and somebody get smoked.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell you like this, because you go to the Black Power Awards and see a lot of Africans.
Listen, whenever one of y'all ready to jump in the backwood, let me know when y'all ready.
Fucking Black Lives Matter over here.
All right.
So when y'all gonna be ready to debate?
Black Lives Matter. We walking right through this shit.
Oh, the Black Lives Matter over here. It's okay, so that's a different group.
All right. Y'all ready? Here we are. We are the original.
Oh, it was
first
7 of y'all.
people of North America. Yep, you see it. We are the real Indians of this landmass. Careful now. Might get eviction notice. Here we come.
Okay.
We are not part of Black Lives Matter. No, nothing to do with them.
There's your group.
Nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Nope. We ain't them. All right, y'all.
Case closed.
Hey, can my Israelite brother? Hey, can you
We are
look
not
up Black
part of
Power
Black
Awards
Lives
and press
Matter.
play? Share
We
your
have
screen so you
nothing
can see
to do
how
with
many
them.
Africans in one spot.
We
they
are
ain't ready for us.
the original
I see
people
white
Nigga, y'all ain't
of
ready.
North American land.
I see
Get
white.
over there.
Okay,
You get
I see
them
one.
Chinese
I
and
see
them
one.
niggas.
I see two.
We are not from
I see
Africa.
4. I see
Our
4.
ancestors
Counting you,
did
that's
not
5.
come to
You
North
see them
America
cameras, buddy?
on slave
News
ships.
I see
coverage.
5.
Critical
All of
race
that.
theory to us.
I think y'all
It's
co-opted
more
this
in
people
there.
out there
It's
too.
more in
This.
there. It's more in
We
there.
do
I
not
see 5.
support
bro.
putting
Don't
in
try
little
it.
white
This
children's
is what I got
mouths.
to tell before I leave.
So now let me see
Make
your
sure you
ass
know
go
what
out
nation
there.
and bloodline you
Say
come
you
We are
from.
against
Don't be
that.
out here letting
Now,
folks
That is
get them bitch
horrible.
y'all in some
And
bullshit
whoever
and
came
listening to
up
all this dumb shit.
with
Do
It
your
is impossible.
genealogy, find your fucking tree, resurrect your bloodline, because that's what matters. And once we all get our back in our nations, we can come together
there's
and come
more.
against this
Oh, they
fake
got
ass
Confederate
fraudulent government
flags?
over here operating on our
Hold on.
goddamn land.
Okay, they got Confederate
Don't go
flags.
out here joining
1,
shit that
2,
don't pertain to you.
2. They got Confederate flags. 3,
Wow.
Damn
4,
right.
5,
So
6.
be careful what you do out here.
6.
I'm
Find your
done.
bloodline. If you
I
can't
was
find
right in front. We was
if
in
you
front of
can't
the
find your
White House.
bloodline, there is original
I only got
nations
7.
here
So you're an
that will
Indian with a
adopt
Confederate
you.
flag.
We was in
An
front
Indian with a
of
The
Confederate
Indians
flag.
was
Haitians,
Confederates. Did you not know that? Yeah,
Haitians,
you ever heard of the
Confederate flag.
38 Regiment, Lookout
Hey,
Mountain,
So now let
Chickamauga,
me see your ass
Blackfoot?
go in front of the White House and say you African American. I
hey,
hope you
can
come
you
out alive.
screen share off a cell phone?
Peace and blessings, AP and Empress. How
peace and
y'all doing?
blessings,
I
sis.
proved
Hell
my
no.
point. Bye.
Oh,
Grand Rising. Grand
What
Rising.
up, Lyrica?
I don't see the
What's
other people
cracking?
on the platform. I just see y'all two anyway.
This right here is an original nation right
Hey,
here. The
I just want to say
I'm
to the
original nation.
sister
I'm Saponi
Lyrica,
Kadaba. Y'all
shalom
niggas
to your
are
sister.
wabos. Whack ass Africans up here. This
yeah, you
wabo
said
ass niggas.
Wabos. That Wabo is strong. Came
That
out your
whack
mouth.
ass
Look like
Africans.
I should
Found
have
out
been
African up
Look
here.
like I should have been came on the platform. Got rid of one riffraff. How I get rid of the
That
rest of the
part.
fucking riffraff up
That's
here?
why I said what I said. Be
How I get
careful
rid
what
of
you
the rest
join
of the
out here.
riffraff up
Y'all
here?
better join the nation.
One of them dropped off. How I get rid of the rest of these niggas up here?
Hey, let me say this real
watch
quick.
this.
Hold on, Black Power. Let me say this because we about to get ready to wrap this. So I got get out of here. This was a fire bill, though. I appreciate everybody for coming on, man. Sister Lyrica, appreciate you for coming on. Yeah, you about a tad bit late, man. I don't know where the hell
I
y'all
see
been
that.
at.
I see
Yeah,
that.
That's an enclosed environment. You're
AP,
not
I'm gonna call you
co-opting
when we get off of
participants,
here.
huh?
I gotta see what's
No,
going on because you
they
let too
all
much
African.
riffraff on your
All
Yeah.
African. You see the way they dress.
Okay.
But shit, yeah, we about to get ready to wrap it up, man. I'm gonna let everybody close out, man. I gotta get the hell out of here, man.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, you
man.
fake ass $5 ass Africans. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, this nigga.
It's
Oh
it's
Lord, have mercy. This
always nice
whining
to try
ass
to
nigga.
interject some truth into everything, but as you
Hey,
know,
look,
Big Chapatula's always got to come in and shut it down with the
Africans.
truth. Always, all
All right,
day.
cause she's Chapatula. She know her
No,
bloodline. She knows she's Indian.
I'm Big Chief. I'm Big Chief Chapatula.
No, her
No,
mother
you
is the
ain't
chief
Big
of the
Chief
Chapatula. So what are you
nothing.
talking about?
My mama is the chief of Chapatulas, nigga. We don't know you.
That's who I am. You talking to Big Chief
I'm
Tunica.
not talking to
You
Big Chief.
talking to
I'm
Big
talking
Chief
to Big
Tunica. I
Chief
You
forgot.
being disrespectful because that's her bloodline.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
the devils.
You
And I
talking
know
to
you know that those are the
you talking to
American
Big Chief
Indians down there.
Tunica. You talking to Big Chief Tunica.
I'm talking to Big Chief Tuna. That's who the fuck I'm talking
You could
to.
call me that too, Big Chief Tuna. Yeah, I'm the big
And that
fish.
means you're Big Chief nobody.
So if your
I'm a big
information is
fish.
real, y'all could get 1.3 billion if y'all prove that y'all the real
They
Indians.
already know that they're the real people, and we already know that we're the real people.
Look, Empress, this the thing. They so worried about that. Nobody ain't have shit to say. Nobody ain't have shit to say. Y'all worrying about how much.
Go ahead, Buffalo. You got the flow, Buffalo. I know
We're good, bro.
What's
I ain't
going
even.
on, big Buffalo? Now you good, big homie?
I ain't even gonna hold you, big dog. I ain't even coming up here to debate no information or nothing like that, dog. I just want to get up here and say, bro, you got some lying niggas in the chat, bro. Real talk. You got some lying nigga, lying female, whatever the hell you want to call it. I came up here and I spoke my piece. I said what I said. You feel me? And now nigga trying to throw me under the bus because I'm respectful with it.
They just blocking you because nobody over here fucks with Big Chief 2 packs of cigarettes. That's the
I
problem.
get, and you know what I'm saying. I get all that. I get all that. But all I did, I came in the chat. When I came in the chat, everybody was chumping her off. You feel me? Like, oh, we don't want to hear this bitch. This bitch made me sick every time she speak. So I write in the chat respectfully, shit. Y'all really need it. I'm like, really, y'all need to really chill, fall back, let her go ahead and deliver the information. At the end of the day, bro, she fighting y'all battle.
No, she.
And what's so crazy?
No, she's not.
What's so crazy? I'm not talking about y'all. I'm not. Look, I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about the folks. Man, look, I'm talking about the folks in the chat. And the reason why, man, look, at the end of the day, the reason why I say that shit, because a lot of people in the chat got a lack of communication. They hear some shit and don't know how to respond. You feel what I'm saying? They read some shit and they don't. Look, I ain't even speaking on that. Like I said, she got up here, she debated, she got up here, she debated Black Power Bang. You feel what I'm saying? She also dropped some information and then gave the goddamn.
That's the same shit we talked
and she gave the respect to
She
L.
pulled up, that's 6 years old.
She gave the respect. Like I said, I'm not talking about that little video she popped up, but like at the end of the day, bro, she gave the respect to L. She gave the props to L. She said, "I learned." Man, look, I ain't trying to argue, man. Look, man. Look, excuse me, man. I ain't even trying to argue. I'm just trying to state some shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, at the end of the day, a lot of motherfuckers in the chat have a very low lack of communication. Cause when I said what I said, I got my head chopped out just now. Motherfuckers just block me out the chat.
We know when niggas is trying to
don't block nobody in the chat, y'all.
Man, look, nigga block me out the chat. Nigga acting like they got smoke, like they gonna handle me or something. So my question is, on some real shit, what like y'all know who y'all is. What y'all really gonna do though? You feel what I'm saying? Like I ain't even.
Are you asking us or who's that pertaining to? Because we doing ours.
This the thing.
Look, Copper Empress, I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about you. You feel what I'm saying?
Answer you truthfully, brother. I'm trying to answer. I wasn't blocking you in the chat, so I was trying to.
No, I know you wasn't blocking me. It's just two specific people.
Listen. Let me explain something to you. This is the thing. YouTube ain't got nothing but fucking agents and agents of fucking chaos. You got two of them. That's what it is. And people tired of the dysfunction that lady brought
And you know what? I get that, but people should be able to see through that shit by now. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, everybody,
this is what they're trying to tell you. Don't nobody want to hear her voice. Don't nobody want to hear her talk. It doesn't matter if she's speaking truth or not. Nobody gives a fuck what's coming out her mouth. That's the
but
thing.
get what? I respect
everybody over here in this community, and then come over here and jump on that goddamn
and get what?
You know,
I respect
find
y'all.
that very disrespectful.
Man, come on, bro. Look, at the end of the day, like I said, I respect y'all for keeping y'all truth. You feel what I'm saying? But she dropping some shit I ain't heard. And apparently Ab gave her the information, but I didn't get to hear that deal.
This shit old school.
Chief
Man,
Holiday,
look, like I said,
all that
like I
shit
said,
is
I didn't
old
hear
as
that.
dust. We've been
That shit she just dropped. I didn't see that. I didn't see
But
that.
it's on all our old bills. Do you know how long all that shit is old? We've been done ran through that shit.
Man, look, at the end of the day, it's some folks on y'all channel and y'all chat that didn't get to see that shit. A lot of people new to the shit.
Well, they ain't gonna hear
That's true.
She's been playing back a lot of his old bills.
And she gave the props to Al. So at the end of the day, we looking at Al like he the person who delivered the information.
Can I get this out there? You can have it. You said she gave the props to him when she was just over on her channel talking about she had learned a motherfucking thing from this goddamn community.
I don't know what the lady
us in the goddamn crowd, but we should come over here and jump on that motherfucking panel with us. If you don't
I get the pressure. Look, I get the pressure, but at the end of the day, I don't know what the fuck she doing on her channel. I don't follow her. You get what I'm saying? I'm following Al. So the information she just dropped, so she just dropped some information I can utilize. That she got from Al. Does that shit matter who the fuck just dropped it today?
Well, you know her station. She'll give you some more, sir. Because we don't want to hear it. The bitch done did all kind of dirt to us, and we ain't even trying to hear this bitch motherfucking book.
And get what? I get that. I get that. But at the end of the day,
she started all this shit.
At the end of the day,
ain't nobody doing no
man, look, get what? Get what, Capo?
She got a whole corporation. That ain't a nation.
Hey, get what?
Play that fucking shit at
but
the
listen,
end.
though.
Get what?
I didn't. Not a goddamn nation.
I didn't buzz in on the channel. Ab did.
Buffalo, hold on. I'm gonna make it clear for everybody real quick. I might not fuck with a lot of niggas. I still let motherfuckers on the platform to speak their shit. You feel me? That's just me. You feel me? Like I might not fuck with a lot of motherfuckers. If motherfuckers still won't come on, I let motherfuckers on get the same respect for the most part that everybody else get. You feel me?
But my thing is, AP, you let her up here, but that day when Dane was over there, goddamn it, bashing all of us, showing that bullshit about people going to jail and shit, she wouldn't even allow you up on the panel.
That's a fact. But I would do. See, a motherfucker would probably feel like, yeah, I do the same thing back to them. I don't do shit like that. I never do it. I just do me. Like, even if somebody do some fuck shit, I'm not gonna go do no fuck shit back to them. Like, I just don't do that. Like, I tell you what it is. Like, oh yeah, I don't fuck with you, but you can come on and speak. Like, it is what it is. Like, half of these motherfuckers be weirdos. Like, I don't know.
Now, what's going on?
They follow you, but they throwing salt on y'all at the same time.
What's going on?
I'm real protective of my back. Ain't nobody gonna keep sticking a motherfucking knife in my goddamn back. I'm sorry.
Motherfuckers is phony as a $3 bill for real. We know this. You feel me?
What's going on, everybody?
What's going on? What's going on? Wild Indian, what's going on?
Y'all know why the fuck I came over here.
What's cracking?
Because the pants.
Because the baddie bitch ass.
He was coming for that.
I don't really give a fuck about what these Pan-Africans got to say. Because they can talk whatever they want to talk. We got Africans that'll come and tell you ain't African. You can't make yourself African, my nigga.
Hey, what's up, African?
You can't make yourself African, my nigga.
Hey, look.
You can't make yourself African, my nigga.
When you gonna go
African, my nigga?
Look, check this out. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
My nigga, you look like me. I ain't no fucking African. Fuck is you talking about? And
I
got the paperwork at the grandmamas and the ancestors.
All right, straight. If you got the paperwork,
ain't no African, man.
When you gonna have a court case to go get your shit back? Go to court,
Why
nigga.
You ain't in Africa?
Go to court, nigga.
Why you ain't in Africa?
Why you ain't got no court case, nigga?
I'm working with them.
Why you ain't got no court? Nigga, this is Africa. Nigga, I took this from you, nigga.
I'm working with the
I took it from you and the white folks, nigga.
I'm working on my shit.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look. They got Africans. They got Africans. They got 1866.
Why you ain't in
1866 treaty, nigga. Africans went to court, nigga. Africans went to court, nigga. Man, you's a bitch, nigga. Fuck what you talking about, nigga. You's a bitch, nigga.
whatever, nigga.
You in
No,
Chicago?
I'm in Georgia, nigga.
I'm in Georgia,
Atlanta,
yeah,
nigga.
then you don't want to box. Stop threatening me. Stop. I just left Georgia.
You the one and you
You
said bitch
homosexual.
first,
You wear your
nigga.
do-rag
You got
wrong. You
disrespectful,
wear your
nigga.
do-rag
You
like
came out with
homosexual.
that bitch shit,
You wear
nigga.
your do-rag
I
like
don't
homosexual.
never come on here and disrespect my
You
nigga.
like
You
niggas. Get
said
your
bitch,
ass
nigga.
on.
I
Shut your
don't
whole
play with
ass
that
up.
bitch shit,
You
nigga.
late night
Whatever.
fucking geechies. Get your African ass
Whatever.
on.
Anyway, my
Get your
nigga,
African
I can
booty
show you
ass
some
on.
Africans
Pull your
in the
do-rag down.
courtroom. I can
Pull
show
your
you some
do-rag down. That
Africans in the
motherfucker too
courtroom.
tight.
The
Get your goof
Cherokee
ass on.
Freeman. I mean
You
the
fucking
Creek
That's not.
Freeman.
Pan-Africans all the same.
I
Why
knew
the fuck y'all ain't
somebody was gonna say that.
Why the
Hold
fuck
on.
y'all ain't
Hold
African?
on, wow.
Why you not
The
in Africa?
Freemans are
The
Why you
Creek
not in
Freeman.
Africa?
Yeah, go
original
ahead,
Why
people.
you
sister.
not
You're
with
a
your
Go ahead,
motherfucking
people?
lie,
sister.
nigga.
Go
Why
ahead.
you
You're a
not with your
Let
motherfucking
me
people?
get
lie.
him together right quick. Do
Go
they?
Go
ahead.
Do
ahead,
you know?
sis.
Hold up, Holland.
Creek Freeman.
She removed
Lawsuit.
Freeman because Freeman makes it like those people aren't original. She removed Freeman. Freeman is
That's
not
neither
no
here nor
longer
there.
You be quiet, fake
applied
chopper
to
too.
them people. So it's no longer
Look,
Cherokee Freeman anymore. She removed that.
Man, get that Google shit
That's
out
right
of here,
here.
that's
man. Do some
neither
It
real
here
says
nor
research.
there
citizen.
though.
It
That's
says citizen
very,
You came out
lawsuit
the
by
very
country.
clear. She
Do
Muskogee
some real
removed
Creek
research.
Freeman.
Stop doing that bullshit ass
implicating
research,
that
man.
those
Do some
people
real
not from
research.
here.
You
And
a
those
circus
people are
performer,
from
man.
here.
Fuck out of
So
here.
so look. So that but their case made it to court. Do y'all have any cases made it to court?
Who?
There's
They
lots
got
of
a whole,
cases that
I'm in the
made
they got a
nation,
whole
nigga.
people our color representing for the
I'm a
Freeman right
recognized
now.
nation.
I ain't talking to this bitch
Representing for
ass
the
nigga right
Freeman
here.
right now. You stupid.
Sisters, do any of y'all have
Do
any
you
can
know?
you
You
say
Look
you
it
come in
do
this
up.
know
Are
whole
you dumb?
A-Rab.
is your nation
Are you dumb? Look it up.
is your
Look it
nation
up.
making it to
Yes,
court?
look it up. Are you dumb?
But they
People
say ain't
getting
Sister,
got
their
to make it a
land
court
back
because they
right
already
now. Look it
recognized.
up. Whole
okay.
California land
So
just got
let
given
me
to
ask you
people
this.
who are Indians.
There's the
Look it
Black
up.
Hills. What is
Why
y'all
this
what is
What is you
y'all
dumb?
beef with the
fucking
Black
all
What is
Hills?
you
day?
dumb? Is you dumb?
What
You
is y'all
asking that dumb shit.
how is
Did
the
you do the
Black Hills
research?
significant to y'all?
It's a whole black people, what you call black and African, just got their land back in California because
Facts.
they Indians. Whole tribe of Negroes, and you gonna ask, do
What
we got court cases? Are you
how
dumb? Are you
no,
silly?
they don't
Did
call they
you look
wasn't
the
calling
case
themselves
up?
Indian,
The
nigga.
people are
And
native.
that wasn't
Yes,
no
they
They
are.
ancient
live.
shit. They
That's
They
how
live
they
on
bought
got
that
their
that
land.
land.
You
goddamn
stupid.
Go
land.
research it.
What are you
They
Those
looking
paid
at?
for
niggas,
that
they know
land.
You
who they are.
They
asking
They know
paid
every
for
they
that.
nigga in the world.
indigenous.
They bought the
So
Go
land
ask me
ignorant
because
that
black
ass.
though.
folks
Hold
couldn't
on,
Ain't
afford
no
that
hold
bitch.
on,
African
hold
on
on,
no
hold
land
on.
over here.
Stupid,
Ignorant
Hold
ass
on,
dumb,
nigga.
one at
dumb
a
as
time,
fuck,
one at
nigga.
a time, one at a time, y'all. Y'all do the back and forth hard when everybody start getting in. You know what I mean? One or
That
two
shit dumb,
good.
man.
Let's get it in.
They
Bro,
start
So
calling us black
it's
Indians.
hella
Nigga,
cases.
they
is
ain't
it
no
true?
fucking Africans.
It's
Quit your
hella
All
fucking
right,
cases.
lying, nigga.
I'm not calling you African.
Hella
But is
But
it
cases.
ain't
true?
not those people that got their land back either.
Okay, the
Stop
people that got their
lying.
land, the people that got their land back, is it true that they bought the land because they couldn't go to the white beach?
They did not buy that land was
What?
already in their family.
Because the story I read was they bought the land because they couldn't go to the white beach and they made a black beach. And then
That
from
was
there, the
keep
land ended up
letting
getting
these
took from them.
motherfucker fool y'all with the deception. To keep from
That's
they
why
was killing off the people,
Empress.
the load of your
That's
titles
why I say
because
all these
that's
niggas gotta
how
do
we
is just
stayed in
continue watching
control.
our smoke. All y'all niggas gotta do is continue watching our smoke. We gonna have a vote. What country you come from in Africa?
Hey,
Black Power,
hey,
baby.
Yeah, that
So
part.
we can
hey,
make sure
Where you
I'm
we
gonna
from
do
in
it
have
like
your
Africa,
this.
sir?
so we can make sure we have your motherfucking flag on your
All right, so
door
look,
and we ship your ass up
let's
out
talk
of
about
here.
that. Y'all ready? The countries in
Nobody
all
gives a
those borders are
fuck.
new
Nobody
borders.
cares.
All
Like
those
I'm
borders
sick of
came
I
after
don't want
We just
nobody
need to
y'all
know
1866
where
so
your
of the
what?
mark
Bourbon
ass is
Them
from,
Conference.
borders
because
new
we
over
gonna
here
get
too,
ready to
big
see
homie.
you
They
niggas
just wanna
back.
let y'all
Them
fucking
borders
talk.
new over
Y'all
here
don't
too.
know
That
shit.
don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. Listen, let me just make something clear for people. I just want to make this clear. And I ain't got nothing else to say after this. All right. Okay. Due to everybody and the things that they say, due to the Afro way of thinking, black people, quote unquote, black people were everywhere already. Didn't we? We inherited the earth already. We were there. They were there. We were here.
They was brought here on slave ships as well. That's how the majority of us got over here on slave ships. So when you're trying to erase the whole history of Ma'afa, that's where you fucking up. Hold on. You can say wild Indian. I'm not African. But what you can't say is that a whole bunch of Africans ain't come on those slave ships. That's where y'all go to fucking up.
Show me the color, sir. Show me the color, sir, of the people that was on those boats.
Let me respond to that. And I'm gonna be real with you though. It is some Africans that came over here on boats. They also came in with the circus too. We did a lot of shit with that, showing you how they was immigrating with the circus and building mosques and churches. We did the research on the circus and entertainment in the beginning. So we know they migrated over here. We know Asians, also Spaniards, also big load boats of white people. But my nigga, them niggas is nowhere in the projects with me. Do you understand? I am moving with my people who's been here. Them niggas can't even come in and fit in with me.
The only way your indigenous blood survive is
they
from
don't
them
look
niggas.
like me. The nigga above me look like me. Now go get an African that's like, he don't look like me. We're not
So let me ask you this. You say you in Chicago?
Wait. I have Africans tell me
Polito
to my
A1.
face, brother. They on my page telling me.
Peace.
So you from Chicago?
Peace.
We don't know how y'all got
Oh,
in
you
America.
not African.
Y'all
But
been
you from
here.
What's going
Chicago?
on, big bro? A1, what's going on, big
You from
brother?
Chicago?
They tell you not us.
Is that what you said?
I'm
'Cause
here, nigga, yeah.
I could just about now is the majority or is all the colored people, the melanated Negroes in Chicago, did they come from the southern states?
Who? Not
When you
all
go
of
to the
them.
grandparents.
No, hell no. Hell no. And I'll prove it to you right now. In fact.
It was a lot of us that migrated from the south to the Midwest.
Hey, let me prove that to you. Hey, yo, it's a lot of us that came, but see, I'm a prover. So I'm gonna prove you a nigga that's a Kaskaskian. That's been
I'm
in
saying the
Carbondale.
majority.
Didn't come
I'm
from the
saying
south.
the majority
Don't got
came
no
from the
people in
south.
the south.
Now
I'ma
you talking
prove
about
it to you.
now?
I'ma
Hey,
prove
real
it to
quick,
you.
wow, Indian. Let me say something to that real quick. You talking about now,
Right.
but remember, Chicago is an Aborigine word. You understand
I
what I'm saying?
proved it.
So
I'ma
understand
show
that
you.
we was up in that region as well. But you sitting up in
Okay.
here talking about, me
Y'all there?
personally. Listen, yeah, we still here, wild Indian. Personally, ain't no Africans come here on no slave ship, bro. So once you understand, see, you guys are still under the same impression that slaves were people brought from Africa. No, slaves were Slavic people released after the Civil War, 1865.
Slavery don't make you no African, bruh.
Hey, but slave, no,
Slavery don't
but the
make you
word,
no African.
but look, the word slave is not
Not
a
from the south.
condition.
Didn't
But
come
look,
from the south.
hey, listen,
Came from
it's not a
Carbondale.
look,
Carbondale.
bro.
Didn't
It's
come
not a
from the south.
condition. No, oh, relax,
Ain't from the
wild
south.
Indian. Relax.
Didn't
It's
come from the south.
look, it's not a condition. It's not a condition. It's an ethnicity. Understand that, and we keep getting it fucked up by thinking that even when we talk about slavery ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn Africans. So that's what you've been taught. You've been taught the wrong thing, and I'm sorry you don't understand that, my brother.
Hey, yo,
Okay,
this an
all right,
elder
so-
right here. Wait. This an elder right here. Wait. He work in the hood. You know, this is the first nigga I asked in Chicago. I honestly asked. There's a lot of us up here from the south. I honestly asked him, did he come from the south? No, he didn't. He came from Carbondale. His people from what you call Cairo, Kaskaskia. You say from where? Cairo, Illinois. Don't got no people from down south. So we didn't all come from no one motherfucking spot. He was there in what you call Cairo. He's Kaskaskia.
No, we ain't said everybody came, but we said it was a lot of people that migrated from the south to the
Don't got no
Midwest.
folks. There's a lot of Chicago niggas up here that ain't got no folks
So,
from down south.
A1.
Don't get it twisted. There's a lot of them up here. My daddy is one of them.
And what you
Hey,
say?
A1, I just want to say this
I don't want to
quick.
hear this whine ass nigga named Whining Mandela over here.
That nigga right there.
What you say,
gonna tell you
A1?
his daddy is an Indian and his
Nah,
mom is
he
an
going
Indian.
back
And
in
they
here.
come from
Let him go
Cairo,
ahead.
what they call Cairo, Kaskaskia. He know his daddy them Indians.
got a
They
map
moved
for
to
you.
motherfucking
All right, they
Carbondale.
Indian.
They
I got a
They
moved
not
map for
they
you.
African.
was racist.
I'm with you, homie. They
1600.
Indian, they not African. But A1,
I got
when
a
you
map for you.
say that there was
Ready?
no Africans that was enslaved over here,
That's
do you
right.
know that don't do nothing but help the
We
European?
was enslaved over
The
here.
European
We
way
was
wasn't
enslaved
running.
on
Listen,
our
but
own
hold
land.
on.
What does that mean?
Why Indian? Hold on. Let me
Hey,
respond.
well,
No,
Andy, hold
Slavery
on.
did it.
Let
African
me
did it.
Hold on.
We was
Let me
slaves.
respond to that. See,
Hey,
first of all,
hold on, A1. I don't think Andy can hear what's going on. He think that they responded to him.
yeah.
Hold on just a
Okay,
second,
now
Andy.
I hear what's going on.
Hold
My
on just a
bad, my
second. They
head fucked up.
responding to Big Bro. Go ahead, let's get it in.
Hold up, real quick. Let's explain something. Let me just explain something. Ain't no motherfucking Europeans come here and do what they did to us, man. I don't understand why you
I got a
motherfuckers
map
don't-
for you, bro. I got
brother.
a map for you, man. You
You got a
ready?
what? You got a
The
what?
one that
Hey,
back
A1,
I got a
Bro,
map
you
for
can
you.
show me. Listen.
The one that
Y'all
back
to
I
be
got a
cold.
map for
Listen,
you, bro.
my dude.
Y'all to be cold,
My
homie.
dude.
You ran
Listen
away,
to
Be
me.
right?
cold.
I got a
Listen
map
to
for
me.
you, bro.
Say
Look
what?
at here, Whining Mandela. Shut your ass up.
Hold
Watch
up,
this.
hold on. What
I
are
got
you
a map for
talking
you.
about?
You ready?
You got a what?
I got a map
A
for you.
map.
You got a
You
map?
want
Got
to
a
see a
map.
map?
He's out of
Show it.
You don't want to listen to Wine and Mandela over here.
Show your map. Show
I
your map.
wanted to show you Friday, but you wasn't there.
Show your map. Hey, but you know what though? Hey,
You
look.
wasn't there, man.
Hey, listen.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
real quick. Your name is what? Art History Foundation. Okay, listen. Let me explain something to
He
you.
a whole A-Ram.
No, let me just explain something to you around here, right? You know, my people got my best interests at hand, right? And they told me they told me that you a new joker around here. So you don't just get a shot at the title belt by just calling out the champion, my dude.
Don't nobody
So you
want
gotta
to fuck
go.
with him,
You gotta go. Listen, you
got a
gotta
map,
go.
y'all.
You gotta
We're
go
gonna
through
make
the
a map.
underling. We don't
You
want to
want-
see no map because everything
said-
you can
listen,
show, we can
Listen,
oppose.
you said ain't
We got
going
opposite. We can
I got
oppose
a map for
everything
you.
you're
Hey,
saying.
hold
Understand
on,
that.
folks.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hey,
Hey,
yo.
they don't
Hey,
want
yo.
to
Nigga
debate
whine
here,
every
A1.
time he open
They
up his
keep
mouth.
running
He's
from him,
whining and
A1.
big.
Real
And I ain't,
shit.
nigga,
They
you want
said
this
8
Keith
o'clock.
Sweat.
They don't show up.
This nigga,
My
original
dude, he ain't
historical
worth
finding,
showing up
he
for, Black
whine more than Keith
Alabama.
Sweat do.
Hey, yo.
He's not
Hey,
worth
yo.
showing
Let
up
me yell you.
for.
I got evidence
You
for
don't
you.
just
That
call.
nigga ain't
Listen.
Black
You
Alabama.
don't just summons me and I just
Evidence?
come out just because you summons me, my dude.
Hey, they do say you. All of them
Understand
say you
that.
the top dog.
Listen, my dude, listen, you don't just summons me and I just appear like that, nigga. There's steps you gotta go through
We could
before
have
you
had
can
this.
even
Yo,
fucking
bro, we
see
could have had
me.
this
No,
discussion
You
and
gotta
Friday.
have
I'm
your
talking
drink
about
and your
you,
weed,
bro.
We could have had this
I'm
A1,
not
You
talking
cause
don't
about
this
just
you.
nigga whine and cry
summons
the
me.
whole
Yeah,
time in bed.
you don't just summons
Why don't
me
you
and
come
I
Friday,
appear,
bro?
nigga. That's not the
No,
way
I'm
this
not
shit
talking to
Give me
works.
a
you,
courtesy call, bro.
A1. I didn't
Hey,
say
yo.
you.
Hey, yo.
I'm saying
You
everybody else
African?
that's all
You
the ones
African
on the
too?
lower tier, they keep running from him. They don't
It
want to
ain't
debate. They
even
say 8
no
Ain't
o'clock.
lower
nobody
tiers.
running from
Everybody
your
got
ass.
their own individual information here. Ain't no
But you
no
said
lower
work
tier.
your way up to
But
you.
I got a
You
map,
said
no,
work
bro.
up to you.
no.
I got a map.
Niggas
Hold on.
Map.
running.
Among the people that's on the platform right now,
Map.
they got their own information. But there is somebody out there that's in the chat room that
Who's
we
he
can bring
yelling
up
with?
who know
Who's
more
he yelling with?
information. Listen, like I just
Yo,
said,
bro. Yo,
Definitely
I'm here.
niggas that got more information.
Yo, what's up?
look, my dude, Money
Nick,
Grip,
He finna
my
beg
dude.
you for an
Yo,
You're
you know
hour,
not
what? Yo,
listen,
bro,
A1.
you know
my
me?
my dude. It's not worth my time, bro, because you
Bro,
don't understand what a word slave is. Look the
you got,
definition
yo,
of a
bro.
word slave, where the
Nick,
word slave came from. Look the
Hey, yo.
definition up first. You don't even listen. You using words and you don't
you
even know
can't
that
hear.
you don't even know how to properly define
Bro,
them.
yo,
No,
good morning, bro.
I think what's really fucked up with them is that
Do you
they
know?
think because you gotta like they got the word like black, these people that represent black, they got the word African and slavery riding parallel with each other. Like you gotta be an African if you was a slave. They came over and stole our people and enslaved them too. Our people's indigenous service, whatever they was stealing them doing. So that don't mean
y'all.
nothing.
You ready?
But we were here though.
Nigga, we don't want to hear you. Hush.
We
You
were
crying,
here
whining
Hey,
though.
too
look,
much and
AP,
begging. Oh, you
AP,
want
let
to
me,
beg for a nigga
AP. I'm about
nigga
to share
time.
my
Take your
screen,
ass on.
AP, hit
Okay,
this
go
share
ahead.
screen
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Go
Let
ahead.
me just show this guy something real quick. Let me just show him something real quick, because let me inform you on something that you obviously don't know. Now, look, we're gonna go right
Go
here.
ahead.
Let's go here real quick. Let's just go here and
Let's
just
go.
mute your mic, my brother. I will kindly appreciate if you mute your mic.
Yeah,
Now,
keep
this
your
is
mic muted because you got bad
now
feedback.
look. Remember, the word etymology is the study of everything that's real and accurate, bro. So let's go to the word slave. All right. Now I say from 13th century. We don't even know it's 13th century. Look, we don't even know if it's the 13th century, because remember the Gregorian calendar was just created in 1570. So there is no 13th century according to me, right? But it's a person of chattel.
I had this on my page, bro.
My
Have
dude,
a screen.
mute your mic. Mute him, AP. Just mute him real quick, please.
This is on my page, bro.
It would be
Because I'm
very
tired of this
kindly
nigga whining and begging.
if you can just mute him real quick. Now
Hey,
look.
OHL.
Okay.
You just shut the fuck up. I know you're excited because you're on here with the big dogs. But just, hey, please keep your mic muted. You got bad feedback. Just shut the fuck up. All right.
All right.
Let's go.
Now look, let's get into this. When you look on this, when you look in the etymology dictionary, you go to where it say "see." It say late 13th century, person who is the chattel or property of another. Now let's go all the way down. Now you see right here, I'm gonna highlight it for you, Money Grip. Let me get my mouse. I'm gonna highlight it for you, just in case if you don't see it. See it right here? Let me highlight it. I'm gonna highlight it right here. See that? It say "see" what? It say "see Slav," right? See Slav, right? It says Slavs. So used in secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people. Now, when they talk about Slavs, they're talking about
about these people right here, my dude. I don't know if you got the new flash, but these are Slavic people. When you read they was white and they were slaves, when you read slavery in the southern countries, when you read all of these slave books, they're talking about Europeans, my man. Now, I don't know what part don't you understand about the general education system that created the education that we are dealing with in the 1900s that was created by Frederick T. Gates and by the Rockefellers. So what they did was change our fucking history, my dude, and put themselves on top and put ourselves on the bottom. The original people who inhabit the land of Iberia, or what you call Europe, was motherfucking Negroes. They did not come from no North Africa. They always lived there. They lived in the castles. They lived in all of the stuff that you see in the Port of Gaul. They lived in all the stuff that you see in Al-Andalusia, aka Spain. Understand that. Now you are behind in history, bro. This is why I would not debate you, because you are a small fish around here. Now look, when you go. Look, wait. I'm not ready, bro. Listen, my dude. Hey, bro, fam. Go to the etymology of the word.
Hold on, A1. He's still speaking, bro. I promise you will get your opportunity with no cutoff. Just shut the fuck up.
Now
if you don't, if you
Little nicer, bro. I don't do that to you.
Well, I don't cut in on people's conversations when they speaking. So you doing shit that I don't do. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, so stop cutting in or shut the fuck up or you just gonna get off. I'm trying to give you a chance to speak, but you ain't showing no discipline.
No, I'm saying be a little nicer, though. That's all, bro. That's all.
No, I don't know. You African. You gonna be docile, nigga. I'm just speaking how I speak. It's an Aboriginal tone.
I'm asking you to be a little nicer, bro. That's all.
No, I'm not nice. I'm not a nice guy, okay? I can't. Just shut the fuck up, all right? Please. Thank you. I said please. I did say please. Shut the fuck up, please. Thank you.
Now look, check this out, right? All right, now Slav. It's a late 14th century. We're gonna skip all this, but it's dealing with the Byzantine. The Byzantines was Negroes as well, right? They are the people who created Catholicism and Christianity, right? But it says from Proto-Slavic. Now, when you go here to the bottom, right? It says foreign, literally of different voice. And Old English, which meant both race and language. So the word slave came from a group of people who was called the Slavic people, my dude. And see, we are under this the impression that these people ran this world, which they didn't. They didn't even occupy the land that they claimed that they came from. That land was occupied by us. Nobody went in there and took that shit from them. They took that shit from us in the late 1800s, just like they took our country from us in the late 1800s here. And they changed the whole history of everything. And now you believe you was a slave, and they're telling you that they was the masters. But guess what? We got things that show and prove that in the 1800s, these people were slaves, my dude. So how, like I said, I always go back to William Ellison. How do you explain William Ellison was the richest slave owner in the South in 1860, and he owned more slaves than anybody on this continent? So how you explain that to me? And he was a goddamn Negro. Now, why would the Europeans bring an African over here and allow him to outdo him in their own industry? Now you can go ahead and talk, bro. I'll mute my mic.
Listen, we were supposed to have this whole conversation for an hour, bro.
My dude,
that listen, been a lovely
you don't get no debate, man. You only get a half a bar. Listen, just like Jigga say, you only get half a bar. Fuck y'all niggas.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, right? Mute the mic, right? All right. Can I share my screen, bro? Can I share my screen?
And fam, hey, listen, you don't know me around here. You'll get booted and banned off this channel. Look, my dude, you will get booted and banned off this channel to never come back around here. Look, we'll ban your ass to the comment section, my dude. So have some fucking respect, nigga. Have some respect.
No call, no show.
Have some respect. Don't nobody know you around these parts, my dude. Don't nobody know you.
Bullshit.
Don't nobody know you. You a nigga who raising your hand and we ain't answering you.
I will destroy you, bro.
Hey, look. You know how in school, look. You know how in school, you raise your hand and the teacher don't even pick you and they pick somebody else. That's how we gonna do you, my dude. Yeah. You know, look.
See, everybody play down.
I got a question.
Mute the mic. I'm talking.
All right, I'll mute. I got one question after you done.
Question, bro. No, yeah, ask your question,
my question is, if the whites was enslaved and English is their language, how did their language dominate yours?
What you mean? How did language dominate yours?
How did
All
the
they
slave
did,
language dominate the slave masters?
look at Ebonics. Let me explain something to you, right? Look at Ebonics, right? Like the word Connecticut. The word Connecticut is not an English word. It's an Aborigine word. Just like the word Chicago and everything else that we speak. Only thing they did was break it down into syllables. They broke everything we said down into syllables and made it into individual words. That's it. That's it.
I understand that there's add words in English, but the name English comes from across the waters. The majority of what we speak come from across the waters. How did that happen?
Across the water where? Only thing they did was just slow up the way we
From
talk.
England.
Just like you say, you might say, just like in right here where I'm at, in the north, we'll say 100. And we'll say it in one whole word.
Nigga, you cap as hell because England wasn't always called England, nigga.
That's
so
right.
What are you talking about?
It was called Angleland.
Can you approve that share, man?
It was called Angleland.
Can you approve it?
Can I prove what?
So are you saying that the Englishmen, the pink pill?
Here we go. All right. Here we go.
All right, my bad. Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So in terms of Slavic, right? The term Slav is never ever applied in colonial documents. Let's be very clear. What you're doing is you're referencing an ancient etymology.
It ain't no ancient etymology.
Again, you're referencing, mute your mic, please, so you can learn. Right? You're referencing an ancient etymology. Slavic people are from East Europe, right? East Europe. What we're referencing is 17th, 18th, and 19th century Irish indentures who have absolutely no relationship to Slavic people. If everybody does me a favor and Googles Slavic languages, you'll see East European languages, which is Russia.
But we just said, I just told you that the people, I just told you that the Europeans that's in Europe is not from Europe.
You can't talk together, bro.
Hold up. Oh, we're going back and forth for a second. Hold up.
Listen.
Hold up. Okay, listen, my brother. I'm gonna let you go.
Information is very easy to find.
Hold up.
It's very easy to find. You have to stop talking, though.
Listen, I'm gonna let you go. Let me say one thing to what you're saying. Okay, let me say one thing to what you're saying real quick.
You said enough.
I'm going to say something.
Slavic has no relationship. Slavic is an East European group. They're an East European group, an ethnic group that speaks a Slavic language that consists of Russia and Eastern Europe. We're referencing is Western Europe. What I want to show you now is this map right here, right? Because the debate is, just like Empress said, the term Africa did not apply to Southern Africa. Everybody right now, we can see clear as day. What is this right here? Let's first look at the map. This is a 1640 map right here, okay? 1640 map. I'm sure y'all use the cartoon figures at the bottom to say y'all Aboriginal. Right, this is a 1640 map. This is the Guinea Coast. Everybody, I want everybody to see real close. What does that say? What does that say? Everybody see Angola? The debate was
That's a Negro.
Here's the thing about it, bro.
I see Negro on that map. How's Negro on that map?
You can't talk together, bro. You gotta listen and learn. Every single map from the 17th century is going to say Angola on it, right? No exceptions, because the term was already in place. Angola was the common term for the same exact region. That's Angola. In terms of your Slavic, like I said, that refers to an Eastern European group. The term Slav is never used in colonial documents. What you're doing is merging an ancient word, a word with ancient origin of a specific ethnic group, right? That had a relationship with the Persians and the Arabs. They were called Slavs. That's the ancient etymology of the word. Ancient etymology of words do not have a direct correlation with the modern use of the word.
Facts.
Actually, Europeans are not even called slaves.
Pull up the source. That's a lie. That's a lie. Pull up the source. Pull up the source. You're lying. Pull up the source. Pull up the source. You're lying.
Pull up the source for what? What am I lying about? Be specific. So I can show you.
About these Slavs being called Arabs or some shit you just said. Whatever the fuck you just said.
The ancient origin Slavs, the origin Slav, what Slavs apply to?
Yeah, pull it up.
That's Slavonic people. You ready? Okay. This will be real easy. Listen, and tell me what it's not. What did I lie about? So we can be specific.
I don't see it on the screen. Pull it up. I don't see your sources. You're lying about everything you're saying till you pull it up, nigga.
So listen, what am I lying about? Say exactly what I'm lying about, so we can embarrass you in front of everybody.
Everything you just said. Pull up everything you just said. Pull it up.
Okay. Here we
All
go.
Hey, I also see Negro on that same map.
All right, so
How
what's
is
everybody saying?
Negro on the African map, Wabos?
It's called Negro land.
Nah.
Negro land.
Because Africans were called Negroes.
Right? So everybody say,
Whoa.
everybody say, what does it say? It says
Peace, everybody.
Slavic people are classified as East Slavs. Russians, what did I say? Russians and Ukrainians. If I share the screen again, it's going to take us to a page. You ready? You said it loud, right? Let's show everybody. Let's make sure I'm lying. Right? Let's tap the link. See what happens.
Hey, bro. Who made that map, bro? Who made that map?
We can pull the screen back up and we can show.
No. The map that you just produced. Who created that map, sir?
This is
Stop it.
Drakis Onidis. It's a hard name.
Okay. So
Hold on,
a
bro.
person that
We're on slides now. I'm sharing my screen. You ready? Can y'all see it?
no, you're not teaching us shit. We going back to your map first, sir.
Nobody knows what the origin of Slav
Hey
is.
man, peace to the guy, man.
Slav is. He said, "I'm lying." Let's go through it. You ready? Approve the share, bro, so I can show.
Yeah, A1 is dead on that, man.
Hey, screen
Oh, y'all
share.
dead on that?
Screen share.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Screen share.
Y'all
He
tripping.
is, bro.
Let me show him something real quick. Let me show him
Hold on,
something
let
real
him
quick.
go. Let's let him go.
Are
man.
you
Let's let him
screen sharing?
go.
You're not screen sharing.
I'm screen sharing.
Bro,
Hold up.
listen.
Let me show him something real quick.
So no,
Nah, don't cut him off, A1.
I'm
Hold
going
on, A1, I got you, but I want
go
this
ahead.
guy to screen share.
I gotta
what he
get out of
saw
here because I'm about to take my daughter to the
now I'm
movie. So
sure
I want to show him prove
A1,
something
I'm
real
sure you
quick.
gotta go. Sure, you gotta
Hold
go.
on.
But listen,
Yeah, I definitely gotta go. Definitely.
Where's your screen
sharing my
share, bro?
screen.
Definitely. I
Where's
definitely gotta
it?
go.
Your screen is not sharing. Where's it?
Let me just show something real quick, AP,
It
before
was
I get
sharing.
out
I
of here.
don't know what to do with it. It was sharing. The shit was pulled up.
So you sharing? So you were sharing?
I saw it up there clear as day. Here,
My screen is sharing right now. Look, my screen is sharing right now. You see
my
this?
screen should be sharing. I see
Okay.
it. I see it waiting. All
Okay,
you gotta do
well,
is approve it, bro.
all
All
right,
you
well,
gotta do is we can
he
all
gonna
learn.
prove it after
Everybody can learn. Everybody can learn together.
Look in the background, see if his screen is ready to be shared. His screen is not back here.
That's me right now.
Everybody sees that you bullshitting, bro.
That's because two people can't share at the same time, bro.
Everybody can see that my screen is ready to be shared. There we go. Thank you. Oh, but Nana went away. Oh, why'd it go away? Why'd it go away, bro? Gotta leave it up. There we go. Good job. All right. So this right here is referring to the Slavic world. This is Slavic Europeans, right? Okay. This right here, let's look at the term. It refers to a European ethnic group, Slavic languages. It refers to Indo-European languages of Eurasia.
That nigga using Wikipedia. You're already done.
He gets said Western. He gets said Western Europeans are Slavs. They say Eastern and Northeastern.
So listen to what I said. Western Europeans are Irish. It never.
Wow,
Western Europeans are never ever referred to as Slavic people. They're Celtic people, right? It's two different groups, two different language families. You're an idiot if you believe that. Let's go through it. Let's read what it says, though. I'm stating that Eastern Europeans who have no relationship. Eastern Europeans were not brought to the colonies.
So
Eastern
why are you
Europeans
showing us something that's proving what you're saying
Irish
wrong?
and English were brought to the colonies.
Everything you
Western Europeans. You're wrong. Let me read it. Stop talking. Everybody start to read this shit.
Let him go, bro.
All right, let's go. So right here we have Slavs are the largest ethnic group in Europe. They presently are classified as East Slavs, and we have the Belarusians. We have all the people of the eastern part of the continent. Eastern Europeans were not.
Whoa. Hey, bro, hold on. Slow down what you just said. He said they make up the largest group of Europeans.
That's right.
Did you say they make up the largest group of Europeans? Sir?
Sir? Indentured servants from Western Europe, Ireland, and England are what we're referring to. They are never called Slavs. You will never find a reference where they're called Slavs. What you're doing is merging an ancient word of an ethnic group that lives on Eastern Europe, the whole entire different side of Europe.
That's a fact.
In Europe, this is a Western European migration. There is no documentation of.
Hold on, you didn't finish reading, sir.
Exactly.
Go back to it. Go back to it.
AP.
Go back to it, sir. Blow it back up, sir. No. We gotta go.
AP. Mute him, please. Please mute him, please mute him, please, brother. Please be kind.
You can't use etymology to say that the slaves that came over here were Slavs, bro.
What
Stop.
you mean? We have to use that.
No. Listen, bro. Etymology has nothing to do with how the word may be used today to describe people, bro.
Of course it's used today because it's used today to make you look like you was
Bro, that's pseudo as shit, A1. Stop, bro.
Hold on, no, what you guys are doing.
I'm just saying that's pseudo, bro. You can't do that.
What?
What's the connection?
So what you're saying is indentured servitude is different than slavery. Is that what you're saying, OHF?
He's saying you can't apply the word Slav to mean Slavic. You can't use the word Slav to say.
But you can't use slave. You can't use Slav for your ass though, right? You can apply to you based off of Kunta Kinte, though, right?
Exactly.
Come on, bro, stop doing that. Stop doing. When did it say you? When did it say you?
Thank you.
Hey, hold on. Weird. I mean,
that's literally called an etymological fallacy, bro. Hold on, let me say this, yo. Stop. I didn't watch this long enough, bro. Hey, bro, hold on. Foundation history. Hold on. I got you, bro. You don't even have to go through all of that, bro.
Don't pull up my source and then try to use against me, nigga. That shit sucks.
Hold up, brother. You really too excited because you already made your point. Your point is very much understood. Hold on. All you simply know it's not. All you simply have to say.
Ain't the connection, bro. Listen, it's on you then.
Okay, all right. Okay, hold on. All right, okay. Let me get into it. Oh, it's on me. All right, it's on me.
Hold on.
No, you done.
Just keep reading. That's all you got to do. Why you stop?
Yeah. Exactly. Go ahead. I got the same article pulled up, so let me just go on there.
Create the connection between 18th century Slavs and Slavic Europeans. Create that connection now. Show us.
Y'all are making this way too difficult.
Listen, fam. All right. We done. All right, we're done with him. Okay, we done with him, right? So it's a Slavs are. Hold on. AP. Mute this guy, please.
Hold on, bro. You good?
Mute when I talk, bro.
Cause you done.
When I talk. You
done. You acting like a nigga, man. You done. You finished. Okay. All right.
Hey, we trying to explain it.
I'm about to explain it now. Okay, be quiet. Be quiet.
I'm a mute.
Be quiet. Okay? The same article you reading, you just ain't want to elaborate on it, okay? Same article you fucking reading, right? Now I say Slavs are a European linguistic group of people who speak various Slavic language of the largest Balto-Slavic linguistic group of the Indo-European languages, right? It's saying they are native to Eurasia. It's saying stretching from Central and Southeastern to Eastern Europe. It's saying all the way to North and Eastward. Oh, wait, bro, my AP, mute him, please. AP, mute him, please mute him. Do you know why it's not talking about people in Britain and Germans? Because the original Germans was motherfucking Negroes. None of these people are originally indigenous to fucking Europe. Now you talking about my
Talk that shit. Hey,
yo, stop it.
The original Germans are Negroes, my dude. When they talk about the Byzantine Empire, they talk about Negroes. The fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? And they are,
hold up, bro. Where's that Slav connection, though, bro? Like you gotta be. Hold on. So you have, in order to be a. So you're saying, hold on. So I'm clear. In order to be a slave. Bro, I know about the Slavic etymology.
Okay, so the word slave came from the word Slav. So why?
All right, it came from the word. But what does that have to do with being a slave?
Can we finish?
In order to be a slave.
Can we finish?
You say, in order to be a slave, you saying you have to be Slavic. Every time the word slave is.
AP, we can't do this shit like this, fam. That's the reason.
Bro, I'm just asking a question, bro, before you go.
We already know what you asking, bro. We already know what you asking.
What am I asking?
You asking how did the word slave go to the word
Slavic?
And now,
that's not what I'm asking.
Okay, see, you are trying to apply it to Africans. How?
No,
how?
I'm saying Hold on, brother. Let me ask you this: are you saying in order to be a slave, you have to be Slavic?
That's what it. Listen, look. Originally, originally, before they applied it to your ass, that's what it was. That's the only thing it was doesn't know because yes. So
you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. That's the etymology of the word.
Okay, we're talking about the origin of the word, brother. What are we talking about?
Hold on.
All right, hold up.
Hey, hold on, Lex. If you're gonna be distributing and you got your computer, nigga, we gonna do some screen sharing. I'm gonna let Cuz finish out what he got going. Then you can come out with your information that you disputing it with. So
understand this. How we can easily.
I don't believe shit none of you niggas say. All you niggas lying. Show me what.
I mean, it's right in front of you, right here. If you just knew how to interpret information, you wouldn't need any more.
No. You don't know how to interpret it.
That's right.
You're talking about the origin of a word. We're talking about the origin of a goddamn word. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah, the origin of a word doesn't.
We're talking about the origin of the word slave right now.
The origin
of the word. That's what we're talking about.
So was it? All right. Let me. My question is this: the Lex Vortex. Hold up. My question is this: Lex Vortex. This is my question.
Bro, I just talked it. What are you talking about?
Hey, y'all all can't talk at the same time.
My question to Lex Vortex is this: so Lex Vortex, were there white slaves brought to the Americas?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hold. Let's stay there. Hold up. Let's stay there for a second then. So there was white slaves brought to the Americas, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did the Civil War free Negroes or did the Civil War free white slaves?
I mean, that's I'll just say Negroes.
Okay,
yeah.
No.
Can I interject real quick?
It didn't really free either one of them, but that's a whole nother deep conversation.
No, it's not.
What does that got to do?
It has a lot to do with everything.
All right, whatever that has to do with it. No, listen. See, this is what I mean.
Bro,
y'all are masters,
You're
brother.
Not going to change the narrative. I asked you a fucking question.
You see what I'm saying?
No, because
masters of convolution, bro. Let me just simply say this to you.
You're not.
Let me simply say, all right, brother. Let me simply say, you going into whether the Civil War freed the Negroes or the whites is ridiculous in this conversation.
No, it's not. It means a lot.
Let me tell you why, bro.
It means a lot.
Let me tell you, no, it doesn't. It means nothing in this conversation. It means absolutely zero.
Bro,
let me tell you why, bro.
History, according to the
and y'all, brother, hold on, A1. And that's why y'all do this, bro, because you can't.
Bro, y'all motherfuckers, man. You can't even have a conversation up here.
Brother, you just, I'm not, you want to.
Hey, look.
Y'all, you don't want the information. Go ahead, brother.
We damn sure don't want your information.
I know you don't. That's why y'all sit around here and remain fucking pseudo, making this bullshit to people, bro. Trying to say etymology has anything to do with being a slave, bro.
Hold on, let's do one at a time.
No, it ain't no word. It's just using your common sense. You don't need a source for this.
Let's go. Pull that back up. Pull that back up. Who had that?
You don't need a source for this, bro. The dude is confusing etymology with history. You cannot convolute the word for history and what it's used for, bro.
No, sir.
This nigga said etymology is the science of everything rightful and exact. No, it's not. It's just the origin of words, bro. It's the study of words. That's all it is.
No.
Hold up real quick. Hold on. The etymon.
Hey, yo.
Hold on. No. The etymon. Primitive word.
I have this on my page.
It says everything that's true. Look, man, shut the fuck up, man. Hey, AP, you that nigga, man, please.
I know what the origin is.
What do the word etymon say? It says the study of everything that's true, real, and actual. True, real, and actual. And then look, it goes down to truly and really.
Can we go back?
Okay? So what the fuck are we talking about? So what are we talking about?
Oh my God, bro.
You got prefixes.
This is sad. It's sad, bro. So you telling me if I take a person and put them, hold on, bro. Stop. Come on with the sucker shit, bro. Come on with the sucker shit, bro. If you take a person, if I kidnap a person right now and put him in my basement. And that's a slave, nigga. They not a fucking Slav.
No, it's not.
You ignorant ass nigga. Stop playing games with the fucking people, bro. You can enslave somebody today. That don't make them a goddamn Slav and say, oh, that's not a slave because it's not Slavic. That's stupid, bro. And this is the games y'all play with each other. And that's what I'm saying. All of this, you making it way more difficult talking about the Civil War.
You ain't talking about shit, man. You ain't talking about goddamn.
Hey, can we go back to slave, please? You get this over with.
Doing all that yelling, ain't saying shit. That
Come on, stop it, Aboriginal power. You niggas are pseudo, bro. We got slaves today.
Pseudo, nigga. You pseudo. Nigga, you pseudo, you been running.
So why won't you answer the question then? That's why you muting me, bro. Because you know that shit don't make no sense, bro.
Let us teach you.
Apply to other people. That's what you don't understand.
Let us teach
you. Learn something.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid.
Lex, here's the origin. Here's the origin of the word slave. Let's just go over it, okay? That's all we want to do, right? It says, quote, right? This is late 13th century, so that's the 1200s. Check, you got it? It says person who is chattel or property of another, from Old French enclave, 13th century, from medieval Latin, sclavus, quote, slave, right? Source also Italian, chavio, French, esclave, Spanish. So the origin Slav, originally.
Now hold
Slav,
up. Now hold on.
Originally.
Okay.
Slav.
Now look. No, stay right there, Chief. Stay right there.
Originally. That's just talking about the origin of where the term comes from, bro.
We are literally having a conversation about the origin of the word slave, sir.
That's what I know, but he's trying to say that you can't say Africans are slaves.
We're not saying that.
That's what he said, bro.
We're not saying that.
No.
So he's trying to say because the word come from Slavic, all the slaves that they talk about in history that came over here were white people and not Africans. That's silly.
Slavic, right? It say which
that's
means
silly, bro.
What does it say? Which means both what? Race and language. So the word
what?
came from a race of people.
Do you know what colloquial means?
Now look, we're gonna go back.
No. That's convoluted. You're convoluted. That's convoluted.
Hold on, hey, Chief, hold on. Chief,
they still use the word slave today.
Chief, can you please read this right here? Say
but it
slough.
wasn't used in the same sense. That's what colloquial means. What it means, what has described now. You fucking dumb, dude.
No. Read this real quick. Hold up. AP, look.
Bro, you niggas need to go back to 5th grade, bro. For real. This shit is silly, bro.
Listen to this.
Hold on.
I don't care if y'all get mad at me, bro. This shit is ridiculous, bro. This is fucking ridiculous, bro.
You're a mystic Christian.
Now here come the ad homs, nigga. No, this shit right here is ridiculous, bro. This shit is ridiculous, bro.
Fam.
Bro, you are mystic Christian.
All you doing is causing confusion. You causing confusion. Yeah, get out of here. Look. So it say the word Slav. We just showed you that Slav is a race in the language, right? It say so used in this secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people.
Exactly. So that do you know? Hold on, watch this. What does that mean?
Man,
when it says so, hold on. That's
the conquering people.
No, listen. It says so used.
Who were the conquering people,
brother? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, brother? Let me ask you this question, A1.
I'm asking you a question.
When it says
no, we're not
so used in this secondary sense,
I'm not answering nothing
because of the.
And you answer my question first, and then you can go ahead. That's how we gonna do this. Who were the conquering people? That's all I want to know. Who were the conquering people? The fucking Moors.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll even go with that now.
Okay.
Do you know that that's not the important part of that statement?
It is the important part.
See, this is why he won't dialogue with me, because he knows it's gonna be silly. Now let's look at the
part of the conversation.
All right, so hold on, brother. So let's look at the statement again and read this. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, bro? Like y'all are cowards, bro. Like so look.
You the one.
So look, let's read the statement in A1.
Let's be real.
A1. Let's read the statement, A1. Okay, let's read the statement again and show.
Hold on, let him
hold on. Let's read that statement again, A1, and unpack it.
Let me show you what the sloughs
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, bro? Come on, bro. Y'all ain't even being fair right now, man. Y'all are scared, bro. Like y'all gotta stop, bro.
These are sloughs.
The reason why. Hold on, brother. Don't let them. If you keep doing that, you're gonna let them run. Brother, they're fearful of me. That's why every time I begin to speak a little bit. So A1, hold on, A1.
Let him talk,
A1.
He don't have nothing. Let him talk, bro.
A1, pull that back up, please, sir.
Please, man. Let him pull it.
And I'm gonna show you how the reason. Pull that.
We're on this right here. What's that?
So anyway, I remember what it said. It says it's so used secondarily. Because of the many Slavs, right? So this shows you.
So which
how,
one came first?
Hold on. See,
let him go.
He doesn't exactly. See, he doesn't. He does not understand. He does not understand.
Which one came first? The word slave or slave?
Brother.
Which one came first? Which one came first? Which one came first? Let's Vortex.
Let me see my screen. Just approve that screen, man.
Hey, yo, kick
no, let him talk, man.
Nah, you ain't gotta kick me, bro. I'm out, bro. Y'all, you know you can't even explain one sentence, bro.
Sayonara.
Okay. I know you want me gone because you don't want to get embarrassed on this one sentence.
Can y'all please? Hold on.
But listen, I want none of y'all step up to the
So is used. So used.
Go ahead, Let me share my screen.
They don't know what that sentence, brother. He focused on the word conquering people to show you. Listen, brother. Goddamn.
What word came first?
The brother highlighted conquering people in this sentence to show you his lack of reading comprehension. He missed the whole.
Look, mute my man.
Brother, he
discourse in here. We can't. All of us can't be talking.
Bro,
This gonna be a
can you please let him?
Mute my man. Mute my man, and just let me and Lex Vortex talk, bro. We cannot do this shit. Okay. Now my question is this. What word came
Brother,
first?
I'm reading a sentence.
All right, hold up. Let's have a dialogue real quick because I gotta be out of here in 5 minutes. Real quick. Just real quick. I'm gonna ask you one simple question. What word came first? The word Slav or the word slave?
Slav.
Okay, hold up. The word Slav, right? So as we read this, what does it read? Now look. As we read it, right? Let's go on there. It says, see Slav. So you admit that the word Slav came before slave, right? So it says, so used in the secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people. Really, they saying that the word slavery, the word slave, eventually morphed into the word slavery. So prior to the Slavs being sold by conquering people, there was no fucking word slave. So it can't be used in secondary sense because it's all about them. Now,
no, all right. Now,
go ahead.
And this is what I mean. That is absolute.
Hold on, real quick.
Bro, hold on. Now you got to get a goddamn survey. Bro, come on, bro. Stop, bro.
Wait.
You don't know what that means. That is poor ass reading.
Bro.
Now let's go back to it. A person who is chattel or property of another, okay? Then it gives you the etymology, the word origin from Old French, blah blah blah, medieval, whatever, slave, source also Italian, blah blah blah,
and all them languages.
Originally, now listen, originally Slav. Mm-hmm. Now then it says see Slav. Mm-hmm. Then it goes into telling you why this word becomes a noun. This is going from a verb to a noun. That's why it says,
so why became a noun?
Brother, stop so you can learn how to read.
That's false. That's false.
So listen, so used in this secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples. So that means, so what this is saying, because of this act, so many Slavs being enslaved that the word actually becomes the word actually becomes a noun. So brother, if you're scared to let me continue, just say no, brother, because I haven't even got my point out. Now here's the point, bro, of what I'm saying. If you look at something else, we got words that even now does the same thing, where people take something that's known and it becomes a noun. Just like if we see something like we can say some shit like the nigga Nino Browned them. Because niggas associate that with brother, hold on, because you got people that don't know how to read. Brother, let me finish what I'm saying. So the word Slav, they're giving you the element, they're giving you the etymology of how Slav became associated with slaves.
Okay, all right, now hold on.
Because of the act that was happening with Slavs. Now that doesn't mean that you cannot apply the word slave to anyone. Yeah, I know you out of here.
Because you're not
gonna get off that silly ass nigga if you go and you say you went to college. If you go to any school kicking this bullshit, you get kicked out of English class, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
That's great.
Get out of here, bro. You out here talking to ignorant ass black people online and deceiving them, bro.
Fam, okay, all right. Now you ready now? So
there's no way you went to school with this shit, bro.
Fam.
That's why that one sentence,
mute this nigga.
That
Fuck
one
that. Mute this
sentence
nigga.
has nothing to do with what the hell you saying.
Please mute this nigga. Okay, there you go. Now reading in this motherfucking sentence that we reading here, right? Did the word slavery come before the word Slav? What did the word slavery exist before the word Slav? Lex Vortex. Unmute him.
Nope.
Did the word slavery? Listen, this is my argument to this idiot, right? Did the word slavery come before the word Slav? No, the word Slav existed first, and it only became slavery because of the Slavs that was conquering. I mean, that was conquered because of so many.
Like I hate you. Listen, let me say this,
fellas. I'm out of here, man.
I hate muting niggas because motherfuckers need to start showing some discipline. Niggas don't got no discipline. These niggas' information be whack as hell. They scared to show up for the debates, and these niggas be weak. Man. These niggas be weak as hell.
The one that jumped off is scared to jump. So listen, let me share my screen, bro. Let me share my screen.
No, can you?
Let me share my screen, bro. So it should be easy. Let me share my screen.
We want you to explain.
There we go. There we go. You ready? All right. Like I said, recognize the origin of that word on my page. I'm going to give you guys an example, right? So the word do, right? It's a word DWAOH, right? That word means to in every single Indo-European language. It changes based on the language. It's like variation. That's the word do.
Right? Hold on, wait. This your source? This your source?
Give me up. Listen, everybody can't talk while I'm talking, right? The word Slav is a root word. It's in every Indo-European language with slight variations, right? The word in English today means an ethnic group. That is the only modern context. It means an ethnic group in Eastern Europe.
Okay.
It has meant that for a very, very long time. If you look at the etymology, it had a date next to it, right? It had a date next to it. That was the historic context of that word. Words change over time, right?
What's the date of this Instagram post, sir?
So this right here this is my page, right? I'm just letting y'all know we've already went through this discussion, right?
Where is the origin of what you're saying? What's the date on this?
So listen to this. Slavic people are Eastern European. That does not change. The modern context in English is Eastern European. right? Okay. It does not change. So you will not see that in a modern context.
That's a Photoshop source that he got. But he won't be that.
Hey, I'm not listening to this boy. Hey, sir. Modern context, right? Okay, brother. What does this have to do with the origin of the word slave, sir?
So listen to this. The word slave is a modern word, right? I'm going to show you this.
Sir.
Watch this.
If you're not showing me the etymology, you showing me an Instagram post, I'm about to embarrass you right now. I'm telling you. Okay. I warned him. I warned you.
Can you listen? Everybody take the time out to learn. This right here is the word two. The word two, it varies in every language. The word two in every language now. This is the same.
It has
a vowel in every language. The word Slav no longer means.
Does the word slave come from Slav?
Application of a person who was a forced laborer. The modern context is the ethnic group in Eastern Europe. It does not change. That was the context in the 17th century as well. And what I can do is I can show you William Penn and other people referring to Slavic people. And they're not referring to the Irish people who were brought over. They're referring to Eastern Europeans and Russians. It's not the same.
We're not even having that. I got you.
What you do is you look at the current, you look at the historic context. So in the 17th century, every single historic document, right? They're recognizing the Irish as indentured servants and never referred to as Slavs. But yet, English people recognize Slavic people as Eastern European who have no correlationship to the modern day Irish, right? So you can't create that connection because history.
Were Europeans enslaving other Europeans, brother? Right? Were Europeans enslaving other Europeans?
We're not creating connections. What he did is
were Europeans enslaving other Europeans, sir?
Etymology.
Joe. We're not worried about that. We're going to the origin of the word. Were Europeans enslaving other Europeans? Hey, brother, this is a yes or no question. Because what you're telling us is slow.
We have a system of indentured service, a system of contractual labor.
Stop right there. So you're making a distinction between Slavic people and Irish who are indentured servants to you.
Did you hear what I said? I stated
I feel like I'm getting retarded listening to you, sir. I don't want to hear you no more. You suck. The shit you're talking about. We're going to the origin. We're not going to the new shit. We're going to the origin of the word slave. Does the word slave come from Slav? Yes or no?
17th century context. You just seen the etymology on my
we just went to the 13th century. We showed you the 13th century context. So you're 400 years late.
So what you're doing is you're moving years late. I need you to move to the 17th century.
You are 400 years late. We going to the origin of the word. The question that we asking you niggas is, does the word slave come from Slav? And that's a yes or no question for you, my brother. Yes or no? Don't give me 400-year rendition.
No. I want you to move.
Nigga, I say yes or no. I don't want to hear this shit. Bro, I'm here to teach you niggas. I'm not here to talk to none of you niggas. I came over here to eat weird-ass Indian. Where you at, nigga? I don't want to hear the shit you talking about, bro. You niggas ain't talking about nothing. You give me 400-year rendition. Nigga, we gave you 13th century. You giving us 17th century. That's 400 fucking years, little boy. Fuck is you talking about? You sound retarded right now. My nigga, you sound retarded. Nobody want to hear this dumb shit you talking about, bro.
I'm about to get ready to end this bill. I got to take care of a few things.
Come on, damn, bro. We trying to have a rational conversation, but you can't have that with niggas that's slow. You can't count, nigga. 17th century is 400 years from 13th century. My G. Why are you having, we talking about the origin of words and you turn around talking about colloquial and all this dumbass shit. We not about to go back and forth with you dumbass niggas no more. I don't debate you clowns. I came on here to eat weird ass Indian. Stop running and face me like a man. Stop running around here running your motherfucking dick suckers talking about a real nigga. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Fuck all this dumb shit you niggas talking about. Fuck out of here. Weird ass niggas. Keep my motherfucking name out your dick suckers. So I'm gonna tell you. Show some motherfucking respect around this bitch. Niggas suck. You niggas suck. All you niggas. Fuck are you talking about? Sorry ass niggas. Stop. Keep my name with high regard if you're gonna be speaking on me. If not, keep my name out your motherfucking dick suckers. Or something happened to you. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Running ass nigga. Weird ass niggas. Y'all better keep my motherfucking name out your mouth. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Fuck ass niggas.
Peace and blessings, man. I gotta get the hell out of here, man. Peace, love, and light to all American man.
My motherfuckers
I stand on it.
You going tonight, bro?
Wait, nigga, you suck, boy. You suck.
Yeah,
no,
you going tonight?
I know. I don't. Excuse me, man.
I'm talking about you, bro.
I'm not talking to you.
I'm talking about Aboriginal.
What you say?
Tonight. We're setting up for tomorrow, right? An hour.
Yeah, we're gonna go a lot later on tonight, about 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
And listen, we're gonna narrow down the discussion, right?
Yeah, we'll talk about it then. I gotta run. I ain't got time for that. We'll 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you there, G. Be there, be square, G. You know what I'm saying? Peace and blessings to everybody. Make sure you hit that like button, man.
Hey, yo, peace of the God. What's up, Chief? Yo, look.
Before we get the hell out of here, go ahead.
Read this book right here before y'all niggas start talking about where Slavs come from, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And read this too, so y'all know where the fucking Slavs in the system of the slavery came from. Them niggas
talk that shit.
You feel me? Them niggas that came,
shit.
Right? Them niggas that came as Slavs was motherfucking slaves up in Eastern Europe. Them niggas came and incorporated into the Western part, which was ran by niggas, with dark-skinned people. This is what we're trying to explain to these dumb motherfuckers, right?
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? Now
they get it.
Right. That's where you get the mulatto. This shit gradually came over here, bro, into a system of servitude, and they was the first ones that got into it. They learned how to do it, and now we suffering from the shit that they learned that we was doing to them first, bro.
Fact.
You feel what I'm saying? That's what the whole point is.
Hey man, that's a fact, man. Hey, send me a copy of them books so I can get the PDFs to them.
All right, I give it to you, yo. God damn.
With that being said, man, peace and love to all the American Aborigines, man. Make sure y'all be safe, stay aware, stay vigilant, stay dangerous, man. This your brother, Big Aboriginal Power. Shout out to the guys that came on here to whoop up on these pan fries. Let's get it, man. Peace and love.